conversation is with Mr. Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in four basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who is demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So the next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in 1968, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. It's divided in 4 basic stages. Demoralization, destabilization, crisis, normalization. They will be lined up against the wall and shot.
Taxes. What is this man thinking? What does he feel? What will he do next? The answers to these questions are important to you, the American soldier. Your life, the security of your home and country may depend on them. For this man is your enemy or is a member of a neutral or friendly foreign group. He may carry a gun, push a plow, or run a machine. To win him over, to keep him from acting hostile to us, or to sustain his friendship by means other than force. That's the job of our psychological warfare. Psychological warfare aims at vital targets, thoughts, emotions, opinions, attitudes, It attempts to influence behavior by the planned use of propaganda. Many people think of propaganda as lies and distortions used by demagogues to arouse and incite. The Nazi propaganda minister, Dr. Goebbels, did his best to help this idea along. Actually, the word propaganda has no derogatory meaning. It comes from the Latin propagare, which means simply to spread about. It was first used by the Jesuits in 1622, when they began a college of propaganda which trained missionaries to serve in distant lands. Today, as the battle for men's minds is intensified, the spreading about of our democratic faith is becoming increasingly important. Our national foreign information programs are used to support the accomplishment of our national aims and policies. And in time of war, psychological warfare is used to support the accomplishment of a military mission. This film will emphasize the military aspects of psychological warfare. The use of psychological methods to influence enemy behavior in combat is not a new concept. An Athenian commander, Themistocles, in an attempt to discourage approaching enemy troops, urged them, if they could not lay down their arms, to behave ill on purpose. Our Continental Army used this type of leaflet at Bunker Hill to arouse discontent among the poorly paid enemy troops. In the Napoleonic Wars, from ships standing off the French coast, the British launched kites bearing anti-morale leaflets. The employment of military aircraft in World War I made possible the wide dissemination of propaganda leaflets. By World War II, new advances and operational techniques moved psychological warfare into high gear, made it an integrated part of our military organization. Experience has taught us that military action alone can win, but the costs in men and materials run high. Psychological warfare, effectively used in support of combat action, can reduce casualties and cost. Intelligence used as a basis for military psychological warfare operations comes chiefly from interrogation of prisoners of war, monitoring and analysis of enemy broadcasts and propaganda, captured enemy documents, and area studies. Reports are made available through G2 to the psychological warfare officer. Intelligence is studied for psychological warfare use. Enemy troop vulnerabilities are determined and plans drawn up to exploit them. There are three broad areas: tactical, strategic, and consolidation, in which psychological warfare supports the military mission. Tactical support is aimed at the civilians and enemy soldiers in the combat area. Objective: to remove as many as possible as hazards to our troops by reducing their combat efficiency and will to fight. One of the tactical military psychological warfare weapons is the loudspeaker. It has great mobility and can pinpoint its target. Through the loudspeaker, appeals and information based on combat intelligence can be swiftly and dramatically directed at the enemy soldier. To you, soldiers of the 14th Regiment People's Army, we bring you news of home. Another tactical psychological warfare weapon is the leaflet. It may be used in a tactical situation, may be distributed by a propaganda shell fired from the 105 howitzer. The leaflet confronts the enemy soldier with a tangible propaganda message which he can keep and refer to.
Psychological warfare has been waged against America for much of this century. This war for the mind of the public has been facilitated by the emergence of mass media and the transformation of American education by behavioral psychologists. In the book 1984, George Orwell warned that people were in danger of losing their human qualities and freedom of mind without being aware of it while it was happening, because of psychological, emotional, and intellectual manipulation. Mind control. Mind control in America. The most effective way to protect yourself from subconscious manipulation is by being aware of how it works. What the conscious mind believes, the subconscious acts on. It works like programming a computer. Information is fed into a computer, and the computer acts on it. However, if the information fed into the computer is wrong, it still acts on it. If a person believes something that is not true, the memory banks of the subconscious mind do not correct the error, but act on it. The theory of cognitive dissonance holds that the mind automatically and involuntarily rejects information not in line with previously accepted thoughts and beliefs. Many of the things that people believe are never questioned, especially when the information has come from a reliable source. It becomes easy to lose sight of why people believe some of the things that they do.
Unser Führer, Adolf Hitler,
People can be led to believe something that is not true when that information is carefully timed and presented by an accepted and respected authority. The purpose of propaganda is to direct public attention to certain facts.
The whole art consists in doing this so skillfully that everyone will be convinced that the fact is real,
wrote Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf. To be effective, propaganda must constantly short-circuit all conscious thinking and operate on the individual subconsciously. The principles behind the big lie of propaganda are the same principles of mind control, hypnotic suggestion, mental programming, distraction, and repetition. Distraction focuses the attention of the conscious mind on one or more of the five senses in order to stop conscious thinking, thus producing a state of mind that is similar to daydreaming. Think of the times you have caught yourself staring blankly at the television screen, losing all sense of time and place. When you stop conscious thinking and your mind goes blank, this is the hypnotic state of mind. This altered state occurs naturally, but can also be induced by clever manipulation. Think of the times you have seen flashing words in TV commercials. The flashing words are a distraction for your eyes to lock onto in order to induce hypnosis. The purpose of this is to reduce any resistance to the message by stopping all thought and analysis. Watching television often produces an altered state of consciousness. Though not consciously perceived, the television screen, while appearing static, actually flickers. Any repeating light or sound pattern can lead you into an altered state. A hypnotist uses pattern speech by varying the pacing and inflection of his voice to induce this state of mind in his subject. It is in this state of mind where one is the most receptive to mental programming. Whether or not the information takes hold in the mind depends on two factors: trust in the source of the information and repetition of the message. Trust in the source of the information induces acceptance of the message as true, even if it is not understood. Repetition of the message embeds it in the subconscious so that acceptance of its truth and accuracy becomes a conditioned response. Thus, this information will be accepted as true without thinking about it whenever it is presented again. Subliminal perception is the process whereby you receive and respond to visual and sound information without being aware of it. The message in the form of printed words, pictures, or voices is presented either so rapidly or so faintly that you are not consciously aware of having seen or heard anything. In 1957, marketing researcher and psychologist James Vickery tested subliminal ads in a New Jersey movie theater. The messages,
hungry, eat popcorn,
and
drink Coca-Cola,
were flashed on the screen at 1/3000th of a second every 5 seconds during the movie. Sales increased for popcorn and Coca-Cola. Every major advertising agency in North America has sponsored extensive research into subliminal perception. Vance Packard's 1957 book, The Hidden Persuaders, revealed that American industry was researching the use of subliminal messages to motivate people to buy their products. Dr. Wilson Bryan Key has documented in 4 books the widespread use of subliminal ads by the advertising industry. Messages programmed directly to the subconscious bypass critical analysis and the conscious choice to accept or reject the message. Repetition of the message constitutes mental programming. Subliminal messages have been used in music, radio, television, and movies. In November 1957, TV station WTWO in Bangor, Maine, experimented with projecting a subliminal message on television. In 1958, radio station KOL in Seattle broadcast subliminal messages under the music played by its disc jockeys.
How about a cup of coffee?
Was one, and another was,
someone's at the door.
The movie The Exorcist used both subliminal sounds and pictures. A full-screen death mask of Father Karras was flashed on the screen at 1/48th of a second a number of times during the movie. The consciously unnoticed word pig appeared many times throughout the movie. The terrified squealing of pigs being slaughtered and the buzzing sound of angry bees was mixed into the soundtrack. Laboratory experiments show that people will react to certain words, pictures, and sounds with quickened pulse, faster breathing, sweating palms, and other indications of heightened emotions. People actually fainted in response to this movie. Many became nauseous, and many had nightmares. William Peter Blatty, the author of the novel and producer of the movie, was a CIA operative who served as the policy branch chief of the Psychological Warfare Division of the United States Air Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars.
On October 30th, 1938, thousands of people fled from a crisis that had no existence except in their imaginations. A radio broadcast of a dramatization of H.G. Wells's War of the Worlds led thousands of listeners to believe that the planet Earth had been invaded by Martians. The 1983 TV movie Special Bulletin about terrorists exploding an atomic bomb in Charleston, South Carolina, prompted numerous calls to stations across America from people who wanted to know if it was real. In both instances, despite disclaimers, people thought they were listening to an authentic newscast. Think for a moment about the way newscasters speak, and you will realize that they all talk the same way, regardless of their ethnic background. Whether they be black, white, Hispanic, or Oriental, With few exceptions, they all sound alike. The patterned speech of a newscaster is similar to that of a hypnotist. The eye contact made with the viewer is also used by the hypnotist. Emotions can be stirred, attitudes and states of mind revealed by nuances of tone and variation in vocal quality. The camera can reveal the smallest movement of the most subtle change of expression and give it significance and definition. With the selective use of camera angles and judicious cutting, it is simple to distort the meaning of what someone says, not only by cutting out statements, but by cutting in a reaction shot or by adding laughter or applause. A picture may be worth 1,000 words, but it can also deceive one into believing something that is not true. The practice of staging events and employing impersonators of political figures was often used by the early newsreel companies. The capacity to lie with a picture and be undetected has been greatly enhanced by modern computer technology. Is it possible that all verbal and nonverbal communication has been identified, defined, and reduced to a code that can be manipulated? Is it possible to program an entire population to respond to certain words, images, vocal qualities, body movements, gestures, and expressions? The result of such programming would be a population that is highly suggestible, a population that can be manipulated with precision. 60s rock superstar Jimi Hendrix said,
"You can hypnotize people with music, and when you get them at their weakest point, you can preach into their subconscious whatever you want to say."
The power of music has been recognized throughout history. Plato and Aristotle believed that people could be controlled by music. Music affects the emotions, the mind, and the body. Sound causes changes in body chemistry, blood pressure, breathing, and digestion. Fast music will speed up the nervous system, while slow music will slow it down. The entire body is sensitive to sound. Low tones will vibrate in the lower parts of the body, and high tones will vibrate in the higher portions and on into the head. Even sounds that cannot be heard affect you. Low-frequency infrasonic sounds affect the internal organs and can cause headaches, nausea, dizziness, and fatigue. Much of today's popular rock music is built around a heavy bass pattern louder than the melody. These loud, low-frequency vibrations and the driving beat of most rock music affect the pituitary gland. The pituitary gland produces hormones that control male and female sexual responses. These low-frequency vibrations vibrate in the lower parts of the body so that the music feels good. Though the message of some rock music is thoughtful and positive, the message of many rock videos and the music, particularly heavy metal, is a negative mental program that glorifies violence and deviant behavior. A visit to your local record store to check the lyrics on the back of the albums will reveal recurring themes preoccupied with violence, rape, sadomasochism, suicide, illicit sex, drug and alcohol abuse, fascination with the occult, and in some instances, race antagonism.
For many years, youth culture creation has been the forerunner in Western civilization engineering. The younger generation of any given time represents the influential group of the future. Therefore, these generations of youth, in order to ensure civilization follows the intended direction, must be and always have been conditioned and inculcated via culture, mainly pop culture, education, media-birthed fanfare, and food for identity. The idea of finding oneself, for example, is many times accomplished through pop culture, media and establishment-generated culture, a concept we call culture creation, administered by examples like the entertainment industry via secret intelligence, with its roots and foundation in weaponized anthropology, brought to us by examples like Margaret Mead and Gregory Bateson, with its roots in further back ideologues like Wilhelm Reich, Charles Darwin, and social Darwinism, to Gnosticism and alchemy, and well, you can see the development of it all over time. From Nimrod to Simon Magus, John Dee, Sabbatai Zevi, Darwin, Crowley, Freud, Bernays, Huxley, Kinsey, to modern wizards like Moonves or Robert W. Pittman. We'll get to Pittman in a moment, but from Gnostic alchemy and Kabbalah to secular humanism and behaviorist scientism to, well, modern cable television. All these ideas and doctrines consolidated into a culture that fits perfectly into a little box for humans to sit in front of and learn from for hours a day. Youth culture creation via the television and mass media got its official start in the 50s, of course following its predecessor, the radio. The technology of using radio waves to carry information or sound modulated properties of electromagnetic energy through space, or as occultist Thomas Edison coined it, etheric force. Radio, as most if not all forms of technology, was first perfected within the military for alleged communication during World War I. Though it appears, and more importantly, radio was to be developed into a home appliance, a new opportunity to tap millions at once, the first social program of the state. Radio broadcasting, casting spells and creating culture, shaping perspective, or forming reality in all living rooms across the nation. Similar to how the television would follow suit, and then the personal computer, and now the handheld mobile smartphone. One of the first uses of radio was social engineering from the beginning. With Franklin D. Roosevelt, radio was used to sell FDR's new socialist regime called the New Deal of the 30s. At once, millions were reached with one message: mass acceptance and a joyous reception via the newness of American technology, and the relaxed state of comfort in one's own home, huddled up with family members, enthralled by the voice peering from a box. The New Deal was a welfare state prelude program that was sold to America single-handedly by the radio broadcasting system. A great source for a look at radio propaganda of this time is the book Psychology of Radio by Cantrell and Alport. Cantrell quotes, "By its very nature, radio was a powerful agent of democracy because it penetrated all levels of social, political, and economic barriers. Radio has the potential to be the biggest factor in shaping social solidarity." Well, today we would call this social engineering or state-designed mind control, and this is exactly what it was from the beginning. But, of course, and as always, it is disguised in the veil of entertainment. For example, the black community targeting show Amos and Andy was utilized specifically to run systematic FDR New Deal propaganda spots throughout each airing. And we all understand this was a blackface type of show for the black community, yet they were actually white men playing the roles, playing the characters. This ensured black support and offered the population a false sense of security, identity, and importance. Early on in the 20s, under National Broadcasting Corporation, or NBC, and of course, Columbia Broadcasting System, or CBS, programmers and government bodies began to realize that radio had the power to control the actions of man, and would gain the trust of the audience that was listening. Immediately, Radio program utilized Bernaysian techniques and aired agents of influence as alleged experts to influence the audience by appealing to authority. Here, radio personalities were created and became not only agents of influence, but trusted sources of information that millions would grow to depend on for their perception of what is happening in the world around them. Dialogue could save the world, said Lewis Hill in 1942, ACLU member and leftist propaganda artist, also founder of the pioneering progressive radio station KPFA in Pacifica, California. In 1951, KPFA receives the first major grant for the support of a non-commercial broadcast operation by, of course, the Ford Foundation. KPFA would go on to be a widely respected and trusted so-called independent radio source. Yet from its start, it has been a controlled opposition propaganda outlet funded by major establishment foundations, mainly Ford and Carnegie as well. Why KPFA? Why Pacifica? Well, this was the early 1950s, less than 20 miles from San Francisco. And what better way to prime a mass group for a new left counterculture movement that is only a decade away? Radio broadcasting. Who do you think sold the world the Grateful Dead, the hippie and New Age movements, the anti-war socialist brigades, the degenerate beat generation, free love and secular humanism? None other than KPFA. Well, let's just say they were at the front lines of these movements. The counterculture and the new left had a permanent home at KPFA, and still do. A Herculean bullhorn to shout their rhetoric and mantras to the masses. And yes, Ford Foundation, with the assistance of the OSS, CIA, would go on to fund other social operations like PBS, Public Broadcasting Service, the RAND Corporation, the Aspen Institute, and as well, Bilderberg. Ford also funded Margaret Mead's work and the development of Tavistock Institute. We will show why these two projects are so important later, but for now, we will focus on the radio. Oh, and let us not forget the beloved and alleged independent radio station NPR, National Public Radio. Yeah, Ford funded as well. Radio would be used to not only shape public perspective, identity, and political theory, but to create mass gatherings and revolutionary protest, similar to how its offspring, the internet, namely social media, is producing the same things today, and being used for the same ends and agendas. Then, just like the internet today, radio transformed a generation practically overnight. From audio waves to mass public action. But how did they know how to do this? They used music, certain bands and their attitudes, movies and advertisements, the cult of personality, and the manipulation of sound waves to literally transform society. How did they know how to use radio to accomplish all of this? Well, aside from the Kabbalist, occult, or spiritual aspects of radio that we find in Thomas Edison, we find the scientific answer for this in 1939 at the Princeton University, under the auspices of figures like Hadley Cantrell, Paul Lazarsfeld, and John Marshall. course, Frankfurt School elite and OSS agent himself, Theodore Adorno. The Princeton Research Radio Project set the stage for sound and media social engineering. The Princeton Research Radio Project studied the social psychological effects of messages in radio and its mass programming capabilities, or potential, especially the 1938 War of the Worlds Halloween airing, where Orson Welles aired a false flag type of story over the radio, sold as being real, but in fact it was a fake story. This would be a very early example of your first fake news. And it was done on purpose and studied at Princeton to see how a crowd reacts to dangerous or alarming information. Though the Princeton Radio Project had hundreds of sub-projects, it presented the foundation for all similar studies to follow, like the monumental Macy's conferences of the 50s, for example, where cybernetics was started, and especially all the MK Ultra projects. Princeton stood as a key starting point. Adorno and scientists wanted to know how human behavior correlates with music, the audio control of human emotions to find effective crowd control techniques. Audio that would or could induce mass hysteria, and overall, the creation of manageable subcultures via music and sound. Melodic and rhythmic organization. Establishing radio and television as a meta-analysis of mass subjectivity. The Princeton Radio Project also studied the dynamics of music, sound, and light, and the electronic development of bioenergetic psychoacoustics, coined by Jack Lacan. These studies would later bring us light shows and sound shows we saw in the psychedelic era, in raves and music festivals, and in clubs and casinos. The radio to television, the psychedelic to discotheques and rave electronica, decade to decade. All these eras find their psychobiological and technological foundations in the Rockefeller family-funded Princeton Research Radio Project of 1939. And several years after this project, it is no surprise that radio broadcasting services began to encapsulate America like never before, much stronger than its infantile days during FDR and the New Deal, and much more effective by now, utilizing music and the culture that came with it to shape the society that consumes it. With the 50s in full swing, so was the growth in production and use of the television. At this time, NBC, ABC, and CBS all were transitioning their primetime radio programming to the new medium. And it is here where monumental culture change began to take place. Though television was marked to change culture, it would also create subcultures and cultural dialectics between them. Probably the most vital subculture created during this time was the media creation of the teenager. A new target population and control group to shape, indoctrinate, and sell a new identity. This was accomplished nearly single-handedly through Hollywood celebritism, and namely James Dean, or Elvis.
It's shocking. I watched him gyrate his legs and swivel his hips. And our parent-teachers group feels he should not be on television.
And the new teen film propaganda campaign that was unleashed on the American public via cinema and television, and of course, music. And to add to identity, things like blue jeans and the automobile were included to round out the parameters of this new, hip, and rebellious youth, or better, teen culture. Not only could they sell this group products, but moreover they could sell them ideas, a lifestyle, and in result manufacture identity and change a generation and the future forever. This new rebellious teen culture would pave the way for the beatniks and hipsters, or the counterculture of the 60s, and the new wave culture clubs of the 80s. During the infancy of television programming, Hollywood celebritism, and major media networks in general, the 1950s was an era where science, alchemy, and global government proponents were not only entertaining Americans, they were actually structuring state-of-the-art mind control behind the scenes. The Macy conferences officially brought physical scientists and behaviorists and psychiatrists together at the same table to study the dynamics between human behavior and machines, and the effects of technology on the humankind. Moreover, what types of technology and which types of techniques would be required to predict, explain, and control the behavior of humans. It is no coincidence that immediately as these conferences ended, music industries, Hollywood productions, and television programming blossomed nationwide. At this time, Stanford Research Institute was building Disneyland in Anaheim. Hugh Hefner was debuting Playboy magazine, and Alan Dulles was beginning the MK Ultra projects. And of course, Frankfurt School's Theodore Adorno just published his authoritarian personality piece, formulated and released on the UC Berkeley campus, which of course spread like wildfire across all universities. National mind control was now at its peak growth period. Media, science, technology, education, all angles were being covered, with Ford, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Mellon foundations fronting the bill, while the OSS, CIA, American Jewish Committee, CFR, amongst many other think tanks, put all the pieces in their proper places. But in order for Adorno and Horkheimer of the Frankfurt School to bring in their new age left, or Margaret Mead and her Wilhelm Reich-inspired license to be a pervert, or free love culture fantasy to become a reality, American culture had to be destabilized. Christianity moral codes had to be severely undermined. And by 1950, this was officially kick-started by the media-manufactured teenager subculture. In 1944, the manufacturing began, with always the media conditioning propaganda of Skull and Bones publication, the Time Life magazine franchise. The hit story on the new rave of American teen girl life took center stage, opening the door for 17 magazine that same year. And the new concept of the teeny bopper, youth consumer culture, of rebellious film and music. Serial dating and premarital sex in automobiles. Time, Life magazines, amongst other mainstream publications, have always played major roles in the formation of culture, specifically the directing of culture and engineering of subcultures. Of course, the bebop and swinger scenes catapulted this new teen craze, the hypnotic dance and trends of dress, the identifying music and intimate lyrical content, and romantic song concepts, leather jackets and tucked cigarettes in t-shirt sleeves, saddle shoes and bobby socks, poodle skirts and jukeboxes. All these things were not only fresh and exciting, even attractive, but in many ways were commonly forbidden. But through the allegiance of radio, television, and music, The state and its trained social engineers were determined to normalize these new and provocative concepts. Now, I know, to us today, these concepts appear rather innocent. Yet it's important to understand they were mere entry-level ideals, set to be tweaked and polluted over the decades to come. See, this had to be done in increments, perverted over time, to eventually bring in the new dark age, the postmodern techno-cult, and Aeon of Horus, New Babylonia. So to begin this complex process, radio had to be perfected in the Princeton radio projects. Society and its in-group behaviors had to be understood, predictable, manageable, to ultimately structure the post-World War II social hive mind. Once the state earned the trust and control via radio broadcasting of the public, the culture had to then be disjointed and splintered into subgroups, mainly parent versus child. This was accomplished through the creation of the teen, and with the addition of television, Hollywood, and a new booming music industry to radio, the generation gap and American culture war began, posing a formidable threat to its Christian moral fabric and social stability as an independent nation.
It's just a matter of putting first things first. If God is in charge of the universe, then doesn't it logically follow that we are responsible to Him? And therefore, isn't it up to us to seek His will for our lives? To find out why we are really here on this earth? To discover how God wants us to use our talents, our abilities, and our energies? With all of the challenges facing us, isn't this the first and the greatest? To find ourselves and our destinies in God's plan.
So, welcome to Reality Decoded. This is obviously this evening's presentation of featured content on psychological warfare, Wars. The battlefield is your mind. And as I said, a little bit of visuals sometimes I feel helps to go a little bit of a way to giving a greater understanding. It's not just my ugly mug and my rambling monologue of thoughts and opinions about such topics. I do like to provide you with a variety of sources of information, be it articles or in this case a few visuals and audio things for you to listen to. And the reason being is because these are all the tools that they use against us to manipulate and mind wash us, brainwash us rather. But again, using these tools and tactics and methods, we can use them for good. We can provide the social media platforms in the internet and all these things, not just for propaganda, but to expose the propaganda. And that is what I'm trying to do. Just give you some information, and as much information as I can that I feel that will give you a greater understanding of yourself, and not only yourself but the world in which you live in, and how quite possibly and more than probably you have been manipulated into behaving a certain way as a result of all this technology, all these agencies, all these institutes, all these artificially intelligent algorithms and AI bots. All of this is working against you to make them what you want them to be, or to decide if or not you are surplus to requirements, or if or not you're going to be a perfect fit for the one world order. So here is an article from Fulco, an introduction to psychological warfare. Now, we've mentioned psyops, false flags, psychological warfare many times, but I felt maybe, let's give you a little bit of a deeper understanding for some of you that may not truly understand exactly what a psychological warfare and psychological operations are, and who exactly the target of these psychological operations and this psychological warfare is. It's you and I, people. We are the targets. We are the enemy, and they are doing everything they can to try and manipulate our minds or find out who or who can't be manipulated. Share if you agree. But anyway, updated on October 22nd of 29, an article by Robert Longley, Psychological Warfare is the planned tactical use of propaganda, threats, and other non-combat techniques during wars, threats of war, or periods of geopolitical unrest to mislead, intimidate, demoralize, or otherwise influence the thinking or behavior of an enemy, and understanding and accepting we are the enemy to the elites, and they just want to find, as I said, who's useful and who isn't. But while all nations employ it, the United States Central Intelligence Agency lists the tactical goals of psychological warfare, psywar, or psychological operations, psyops, as assisting in overcoming an enemy's will to fight, sustaining the morale and winning the alliance of friendly groups in countries occupied the enemy. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be countries, that could be communities, localized or virtualized, social media communities, your local communities. Some of these things they're looking to pull on board, and what can't be pulled on board, as I said, will be surplus to requirements. But influencing the morale and attitudes of the people in friendly and neutral countries towards the United States. But again, these methods of psychological warfare don't just have to be applied to the CIA in local jurisdiction of the borders of the United States. They can be applied to any particular tactic or organization that they want. And at the minute, the organization is the militarized industrial complex, using their social media platform puppets as the tools of manipulation to spread widespread propaganda and manipulate the morale and minds of the masses. But the war on the mind, something we've been speaking about an awful lot about in recent weeks here at Reality Decoded and previously over at good old TSP TV. But as a non-lethal effort to capture the hearts and, most importantly, the minds, psychological warfare typically employs propaganda to influence the values, beliefs, emotions, reasonings, motives, or behavior of its targets. The targets of such propaganda campaigns can include governments, political organizations, adversary groups, military personnel, and civilian individuals. Simply a clear form of cleverly weaponized information. Psyop propaganda may be dismantled in any of all of the several ways we're about to look at. Face-to-face verbal communication. Now that is something we can get today's in today's times via social media platforms like YouTube, where technically I'm face to face to you. You look at me talking to you, and although I don't get to see you, it is sort of a little bit of a face to face for the viewer, so to speak. Audio visual media like television, movies, radio stations, things like this, music, actually audio visual televisions and movies rather, and of course social media platforms now. Audio only media would be your radio broadcasts in sort of music that you might listen to like that, and purely visual media like leaflets, newspapers, books, magazines, or posters. Now, we saw back in World War One and in other conflicts where aircraft would follow over or fly over and above where sort of the enemy were residing, maybe their encampments or whatever, and drop leaflets and pamphlets of propaganda upon the bottom. And what they were hoping that some of these people who would pick up these pamphlets and would read them would share and agree the thoughts of what was said on that pamphlet and then defect to the other side. And essentially, they were the memes of the time. Now, in the 21st century, right now on your newsfeed, there are hundreds and thousands of artificial bots and shill accounts and black op accounts, sort of people pretending to be somebody else just purely to introduce this propaganda of desirability to designed demographics on social media. And pretty much, I'm going to go out on a limb, guys, and say 99% of the memes you share and agree with on social media at one point or another originated from one of these organizations, such as the Internet Research Agency, who use memes as a tool of propaganda and also use, a vast variety of operatives and artificially intelligent software to distribute this, just like they used to fly overhead and drop flyers. They don't need to do that now. They can just drop memes into social media just in the similar way, in a virtual fashion. But more importantly than how these weapons of propaganda are delivered is the messages they carry and how well they influence or persuade the targets. And again, if you've shared and agreed with it, then you were influenced by it. Prove me wrong. Three Shades of Propaganda. In the 1949 book Psychological Warfare Against Nazi Germany, former OSS, now CIA operative Daniel Lerner details the US military's WW2 Sky War campaign. Lerner separates psychological warfare propaganda into three categories. And here are those three categories, the first of which is white propaganda. The information is truthful and only moderately biased. The source of all information is cited. Grey propaganda. The information is mostly truthful and contains no information that can be disproven. However, no sources are cited. And black propaganda, literally fake news. The information is false or deceitful and is attributed to sources not responsible for its creation. So memes are mostly grey and black propaganda, and there are very few white ones that circulate, but they are rare amongst the masses. But while grey and black propaganda campaigns often have the most immediate impact, they also carry the greatest risk. Sooner or later, the target population identifies the information as being false, thus discrediting the source. As Lerner wrote, credibility is a condition of persuasion. Before you can make a man do as you say, you must make him believe what you say. Very important to remember that. On the actual battlefield, in the battlefield again, is your mind. Psychological warfare is used to obtain confessions, information, surrender, or defectation by breaking the moral of the enemy fighters. Now, how you sometimes give confessions and information would be under interrogation. However, we give that voluntary via our keyboard. Maybe some of us use text to speech, but no matter what we do, we pump all of this into our computers each and every day, our cell phones, our social media apps. All of this is how they can obtain our information and our confessions. But some of the typical tactics of a battlefield psyop includes the distribution of pamphlets or flyers, encouraging the enemy to surrender and giving instructions on how to surrender. Again, we just explained in modern times, those are memes that get situated and passed and shared and agree with on social media. But the visual shock and awe of a massive attack employing vast numbers of troops or technology advanced weapons. Sleep deprivation, something I've been suffering from in recent weeks, through a continual projection of loud, annoying music or sounds towards enemy troops, or maybe even unheard sounds and frequencies could be used to do that. The threat, whether real or imaginary, of the use of chemical or biological weapons. Radio stations created to broadcast propaganda, or maybe social media accounts, Facebook groups, YouTube channels, stuff like that can be attributed there. And with the biological weapon, you could also have the imaginary fear and threat of a virus. The random use of snipers, booby traps, and improvised explosives. Not sure how you do that somehow on social media, but false flag events and attacks of operation designed to convince the enemy that they were carried out by other nations or groups, or pathogenized viruses. But in all cases, the objective of the battlefield psychological warfare is to destroy the morale of the enemy, leading them to surrender or defeat. In early psychological warfare, it might sound like a modern invention, but it is as old as war itself. When soldiers in the mighty Roman legions rhythmically beat their swords against their shields, they were employing a tactic of shock and awe designed to induce terror in our opponents. And this is something, if you ever caught any of the G20 in Toronto footage or any sort of riot footage, for that example, where the police turn up in riot shields, in riot gear with batons, they do exactly that. They bang the batons upon the shield and do exactly what the Roman soldiers did: shock and awe. In 525 BC, the Battle of Pelusium, Persian forces held cats as hostages in order to gain a psychological advantage over the Egyptian, who, due to their religious belief, refused to harm cats. Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf conflict used human shields, and he drew sort of Americans and European citizens or individuals that were living in Baghdad at the time into his palace and sat around him. It's like, yeah, you want to bomb me? You're going to be bombing your own people. And put a few of these newsreels of him having a little blonde boy sitting on his knee, and it's like, yeah, you want to bond me? Look what I got. I've got some of your kids. But to make the number of his troops seem larger than they actually were, 13th century AD leader of the Mongolian Empire, Genghis Khan, ordered each soldier to carry 3 lit torches at night. The mighty Khan also designed arrows notched to whistle as they flew through the air, terrifying his enemies. And in perhaps the most extreme shock in all tactic, Mongol armies would catapult severed human heads over the walls of the enemy villages to frighten the residents. Good old Genghis Khan. But during the American Revolution, British troops wore brightly coloured uniforms in an attempt to intimidate the more plainly dressed troops of George Washington's Continental Army. This, however, proved to be a fatal mistake, as the bright red uniforms made them easy targets for Washington's more ever demoralizing snipers. Now, that tactic, now you could probably provide people with information that would make them more identifiable if they share it on their social media feeds, or maybe provide them with clothing or merchandise, that, pins, patches, stuff like that, stickers that they can stick on their computers and stuff. Anything that it sort of is identifying, like the bright red uniforms of the British troops during that time, made you a target and easier to pick off. But modern psychological warfare, and these tactics were first used during World War One. And it doesn't seem that modern, but in the history of mankind, relatively so. Technological advances in electronic and print media made it easier for governments to distribute propaganda through mass circulation newspapers. On the battlefield, advances in aviation made it possible to drop leaflets behind enemy lines, and special non-lethal artillery rounds were designed to deliver propaganda postcards dropped over German trenches by British pilots, and they bore notes supposedly handwritten by German prisoners, extolling their humane treatment by the captors, sharing you agree, if British captivity is better than fighting in the trenches, come and join us. And this is again a little bit like memes. They produce them as though they were supposedly written by a random individual, when in actually fact they were very carefully and calculatedly created by an artificial algorithm to have the exact desired effect that you do respond to them. And many of you do respond to the commands of sharing and agreeing, and a little bit, what they were doing then is no different in essence. But during World War II, both the Axis and Allied powers regularly used psyops. Hitler's rise to power in Germany was driven largely by propaganda designed to discredit his political opponents. His furious speeches mustered national pride while convincing the people to blame the others for Germany's self-inflicted economic problems. Use of radio broadcast psyop reached a peak in WW2 when Japan's famous Tokyo Rose broadcast music with false information of Japanese military victories to discourage Allied forces. Germany employed similar tactics through the radio broadcasts of Axis Sally. However, in perhaps the most powerful impact psyop in World War II, American commanders orchestrating the leaking of false orders, leading the German high command to believe that the Allied D-Day invasion would be launched on the beaches of Calais rather than Normandy, France. False orders leaking, nothing leaks, it wasn't meant to, no one blows whistles, it wasn't meant to be heard. So the Americans deliberately leaked information to mislead the Germans into believing the Normandy D-Day landings were going to be held in Calais, and that is what has happened now. They leak false orders and information to the internet that then get picked up and spread and shared around social media platforms. But the Cold War was all but ended when US President Ronald Reagan publicly released detailed plans for a highly sophisticated Star Wars Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, anti-ballistic missile system capable of destroying Soviet missiles before they re-entered the atmosphere. Whether any of Reagan's Star Wars systems could have really been built or not, Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev believed that they could. Faced with the realization that the costs of countering the US advances in nuclear weapon system could bankrupt his government, Gorbachev agreed to reopen detonant era negotiations, resulting in a lasting nuclear arms control treaty. More recently, the United States responded to the September 11 terror attacks by launching the Iraq War with a massive shock and awe campaign. And you could watch that shock and awe campaign live on CNN and Fox News at the time, often accompanied with classical, triumphant sounding music. Your propaganda at its finest and most prominent evidence right there. But campaign intended to break the Iraqi, the shock and awe campaign was intended to break the Iraqi army's will and to fight and protect the country's dictatorial leader Saddam Hussein. The US invasion began on March 19th, 2003, with 2 days of non-stop bombing of Iraq's capital city of Baghdad. On April 5th, US and allied coalition forces facing only token opposition from Iraqi troops took control of Baghdad. On April 14th, less than a month after the shock and awe invasion, the US declared a victory in Iraq. In today's ongoing war in terror, the jihadist terrorist organization ISIS uses social media websites and other online sources to conduct psychological campaigns designed to recruit followers from around the world. So there you go, a little bit of an introduction for you there. Hopefully give you a little bit of understanding of psychological warfare, and the purpose and the intent is to demoralize, discredit and dissociate the enemy with the ways of pre-war times and try to make them sign up and share and agree with the ideology of the aggressor. So we do got a few more videos to look, and I might even throw in another little article for you to read or listen to rather. Read along if you want. I know some of you do have difficulties reading and typing, but you can listen to me. But if, as I said, if you want to read along, feel free to do so. So here we are at the RAND Corporation website, and those of you who do pay attention will probably know that the RAND Corporation is one of the jewels in the Tavistock Institute's crown, one of the leading global organizations that does primarily and solely put all of its efforts into methods of mass manipulation. And here we are at the RAND blog, a little article on artificial intelligence and the manufacturing of reality. Now, I've spoken a great deal about augmented reality and manufacturing reality, and here we are, in fact, decoding reality here at Reality Decoded, where was a part of tonight's presentation on psychological warfare. We're looking into sort of furthermore the methodologies and ways that the war on our mind are being carried out, and exactly who the aggressors are. And as I said, in a sort of manufactured, augmented reality that we are in, or sorry, in an augmented reality that we do live in, then you need to keep manufacturing that augmentation, and you need to provide the narrative and content and everything people need to believe that that is going on, and understanding that, we are under a period of global psychological warfare, the psychological operation, the false flag, the hoax event of COVID-19. If or not, people are genuinely dying of COVID-19, or if they're dying of other causes, or if or not they are, just depending on what information your artificially intelligent handler retains from you. Decide if or not they can give you an electronic dose of the COVID and zap you with the illness and such forth. But anyway, the RAND blog, Artificial Intelligence and Manufacturing Rally, is something that they excel in. That could make quite a nice little thumbnail at some point. Look at it, very, very purpley there, guys. Notice all the purple. That purple is not by coincidence, or people just suddenly started to like the color purple. That is part of your mind control. But this article was submitted in response to a call for ideas issued by co-chairs of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, Robert Work and Eric Schmidt. You can find all of Rand's submissions here. But in 2016, a third of surveyed Americans, and again, were they voluntary surveyed, or were they just surveyed by part and parcel of everyday algorithmic surveillance on your social media devices? But Americans told researchers that they believed the government was concealing what they knew about the North Dakota crash, a conspiracy made up for the purpose of the survey by the researchers themselves. This crash never actually happened, but it highlights the flaws humans carry with them in deciding what is or what is not real. Sorry, I went a bit too far there. The internet and other technologies have made it so much easier to weaponize and exploit these flaws, gullying more people faster and more compellingly than ever before. It is likely artificial intelligence will be used to exploit the weaknesses inherent in human nature. It isn't likely they already have done. But it goes on to say that they will inherit the weaknesses in human nature at a scale, speed, and level of effectiveness previously unseen. Adversaries like Russia, and again, remember, always blame the enemy of what you are actually doing to your own population, but enemies like Russia could pursue goals for using these manipulations to subtly reshape how targets view the world. And this is what is happening on your social media. They are subtly reshaping how you view the world and how you react and behave within the world you are now viewing. But they effectively manufacture their reality. And if some of our predictions are accurate, all government reliant on public opinion, mass perception, or citizen participation is at risk. One characteristic human foible is how easily we can falsely redefine what we experience. This flaw, called the Thomas theorem, suggests that if men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. Put another way, humans do not respond to the objective features of their situations, but also to their own subjective interpretations of those situations. To put it another way, it's not a lie if they believe it. When these beliefs are factually wrong, other shortcomings include our willingness to believe information that is not true and propensity to be as easily influenced by emotional appeal. Share if you agree. 99% of you aren't brave enough to. Can I get an amen? As reason demonstrated by the North Dakota crash falsehood. Machines can also be taught to exploit these flaws more effectively than humans. Artificial intelligent algorithms can test what content works and what does not, over and over again on millions of people at high speed until their targets react as desired. Let me just drop this in for you. Copy and paste the bunny, but change what it is holding is a prime example of that, what works and what doesn't work. And then depending on how many people did copy and paste the bunny but change what it was holding, they can then determine if or not that was a success or not. But judging the amount of times I saw that on my news feed, I would say it was pretty much a unanimous success. And please don't think that if you only saw it once, then it was all right to share and agree it. That's even worse. Maybe, jumping onto the popular bandwagon, monkey see, monkey do, everybody's doing it. Yeah, why the hell not? But if you only saw it once and then started to continue and copy and paste it throughout the day, then that piece of mind control persuasion worked on you hook, line, and sinker and reeled you into that behavioral pattern. And that is the Monarch and MK methodology at prime example for you. But consider the role of Russia, once again, blame Russia, in the 2016 British vote. And again, they were supposedly tinkering around with the American vote in 2016 with the vote to withdraw from the European Union, the Brexit. There is evidence that Russia-linked Twitter accounts sent more than 1,000 tweets from 3,800 accounts, just like they did in the US general election. They were doing this in the Brexit vote right there, and they had all these thousands of tweets from 3,800 accounts promoting a pro-Brexit vote, and they probably promoted that by share and agree if we should Brexit. 99% of you aren't brave enough to Brexit, and such tweets appeared to have fanned the flames of the pro-Brexit camp on Twitter over a time, with anti-Brexit camp reacting a few days before the election. Emerging technologies, including generative adversarial networks, natural language processing, and quantum computing, could make such scenarios far more effective in the future, or in present day, to be quite honest with you. Russian actors, or any crisis actors, could tailor the message in these tweets using a combination of the characteristics of the recipients and the behaviorals of various online platforms. So this is what your algorithm does. It looks how you behave, looks at words. This is why when you get those little things, find out your Irish name, or type press the middle button 8 times to type the phrase to I went for ice cream and I got. And what this does is kind of gets some of your behavior and some of the words you use more frequently. And Martha did say the other day about how memes are saying what she thinks. Maybe that's because they've read your thoughts, collected your thoughts, and fabricated and created a meme purposely designed to target your interest. But as we were saying, where are we? They could use all these scenarios far more effective in the future. Blah, blah, blah. Actors' characteristics. These tweets using a combination of characteristics of the recipients and their behaviors on various platforms. Again, sharing and agreeing is a behavior you carry out on your social media platforms. And the user data they legally buy from the data brokers, illegal data they purchase from hackers, and the data they retrieve from themselves. And there's a little tweet for you there that you can share on Twitter. You see, share and agree. And this is why it's coming from the RAND corporation, because they are part of the manipulation mechanism of the new world order. But these opportunities are available today, and some may become increasingly easier to exploit with artificial intelligence. In the present, for example, adversaries like the United States government and secret agencies could query these data streams to tailor their messages and test them on social media platforms to identify the most effective messages. Share if you agree. And again, the amount of people that share, they can know if they got the message right. If nobody shares and agrees, okay, we need to work and tailor make that message a little better until everybody's sharing and agreeing. But such adversaries could order these tested messages accordingly and deploy them to users and those in their social networks via a wide variety of online media. e.g., traditional social media platforms, augmented reality, virtual reality devices, or non invasive brain computer interfaces. And that is your electromagnetic frequencies right there, non invasive, because you don't need any chips or anything. They can read and control your mind electronically, guys. They don't need nanotechnology. They don't even need you to get a neuro plant. They can do it with your cell phone that you're carrying in your hand right now, and some of you may be watching on right now. But currently, much of this is done manually, but artificial intelligence allows for a change in scale. Emerging technologies will allow this loop of what does that say? Iterative reinforcement to occur almost instantaneously in real time and at a scale of affecting far more people than we've seen during the Brexit vote. Manufacturing reality isn't new. Humans are and have always been vulnerable to being tricked, provoked, conditioned, deceived, or otherwise manipulated. Since at least the 1960s, the Soviet military and the American military and subsequent Russian organizations and American organizations and alphabet agencies recognize opportunities for exploiting this vulnerability. That's why the Americans developed a formal research program, and the Soviets also, called reflexive control theory, to model how one could manipulate targets' perceptions of reality. The theory focuses on ways to strategically transmit information into targets in ways that can subtly change the motives and logics of their decision. The end goal is to get people to do something by making them believe it. Share if you agree, guys. It is in their best interest, even if it is not. While the Russians and Americans weaponized reflex control theory, Madison Avenue used similar logic to evoke emotion to sell products to American consumers. So there you go. A little bit of some Americans using it, but it's really the Soviets. It really is the Soviets. They did it. It's nothing to do with us. Those evil, nasty Soviets. We would never do such things. Please believe it's not us. It's the Soviets that are doing this to you. But there are countless examples of Russians using reflexive control. In October 1993, for example, Russian lawmakers took over their own parliament to advocate for a return to communism. The authorities decided to allow the rebels to occupy a police communications post, giving them access to secure communications channel. Giving them a channel to use, and let me start that again. Giving them access to a secure communications channel, then used by the police to transmit false conversations between government officials about a plan to storm the occupied parliament building. After hearing this message, one of the rebel leaders, Parliament Speaker Ruslan Kashbulatov, called upon a crowd of supporters to seize a local TV station, the first step in a coup. By getting Kashbulatov to make this public request for violence, Russian authorities created justification for storming the parliament and then arresting the dissidents. A little bit of an example of the controlled opposition, giving them all the tools and means, enough rope to hang themselves, or giving them enough ammunition to shoot themselves, if you like. But similarly, the East Germans recognized the power of manufactured reality for maintaining internal control. Starting around the 70s, their Ministry of State Security, known as the Stasi, expanded the scope of their work from physical abuse of targets, such as torture or execution, to include a certain kind of psychological abuse. The Stasi called this technique Zortzung. I don't know how. Zortzung. I'm trying to get a German accent for you there, but which loosely translates as decomposition. It was organized. It was an organized scientific effort to collect information about people and then use it in ways that destroyed their sense of self in private and public life. And now artificial algorithms are doing exactly what the Stasi did with their Zersatzung techniques, and they are extracting all of your information that you put into social media to use it in ways that destroy your sense of self. And part of the way they destroy your sense of self is by implanting ideas and thoughts into your head that you share and agree with, thinking they were your own. Excuse me there. Good God. But the Stasi broke into the homes of the targets to rearrange their furniture, steal items of clothing, or turn off their clocks. They would send compromising photos to loved ones, discredit people in their workplace, remove children from dissident parents, or trick them into believing they were mentally ill, something known today as gaslighting. Victims of decomposition struggle to understand while their lives were becoming unrecognizable. And you, and certainly myself, may have found your life a little bit unrecognizable to that of maybe 13, 14, 15 months ago, when we sort of had a little bit of an illusion of normality. But these Russian and Stasi tactics required careful research and execution to disrupt or manipulate the targets at a time, one at a time. Now we have artificial intelligence that can do all of that in real time, run it through super highly processed, fast processors and in programming to come back and give you an exact response to your reaction to certain things that they want you to react to. But the contemporary information environment and modern books, including artificial intelligence, could slash the transition costs of such manipulation. The following methods enable a dramatic scaling in the weaponization of information. Manufacturing reality meets modern tools. By 2025, some predict humans will produce around 463 exabytes each day, enough to fill 212 million DVDs. Their personal data describes individuals with a frightening level of detail. With access to such data from legitimate and illegitimate data brokers, artificial intelligence could combine and match their Amazon purchases, Google searches, tweets, Facebook photos, 401k account balances, credit histories, their Netflix viewing habits, all of their online searches, everything can all be collected in profiled for the individual. And this is how they can collect all that information to put to use in precision marketing and micro targeting. Big data can identify which individuals are like others. Sharon, you agree? This is what it's all about, guys. Like, if you agree, I need 500 likes. All of this narrative, all of this rhetoric is so that they can precisionally market and micro target you with information that they want you to start believing, and behavioral patterns in which they desire you to adopt as your own. But as I said, they use this to help which identify which individuals are like others and which similarities matter, based on status updates, drafts of posted videos, facial recognition data, phone calls, text messages. Artificial intelligence will make this increasingly easier in the future, in present time, in contemporary times. Right now, artificial intelligence is collecting all of the data in real time that we are obtaining now. If a manipulator knows enough about one person to send him or her messages to provoke or inspire, sending the same message to similar individuals should produce similar results at scale. Share if you agree, guys. 99% aren't brave enough. You see what I'm saying? Memes of manipulation. All of this shit is connected, people. So if you wonder again why I'm so anti-meme, this is why I am so anti-meme, because this is what is brainwashing you folks. This is what is your mind control looks like. Understanding what your mind control looks like, you can have a fucking better chance of reclaiming your mind for your own. Why I encourage you, go and start making your own memes. This is your brain thinking on your terms, not on somebody else's. Why I say start making your own videos to upload on video, because this again is you acting under your own instinct. But Shallow flakes, deep flakes, and social bots. Shallow flakes are created by manually doctoring images, video, or audio. Shadow fakes, not flakes. My apologies. The eyes are getting a bit screwy, as they always do when I read these articles. I really do need to get myself a pair of reading glasses, I think, sooner than later. But back to this. Shallow fakes are created by manually doctoring images, video, or audio. Deepfakes use artificial intelligence to superimpose images, videos, and recordings onto source files to subtly order who is doing what. Artificial intelligence driven social bots can carry on conversations as if they were an actual person. Artificial intelligence will enable a dramatic rise in the number of such inauthentic people and make it even harder to tell human conversations from artificial ones. Now, let's just ask our little Cajun agent on the record now for everyone to understand. Are you an artificial bot that is communicating with us, or are you a human? Share if you agree. I don't mean sheriff agreeing, just put in your leg, Nancy. But we have joked in the past that maybe you are a little Cajun agent, secret operative that is sent here to mind control us with your purple heart emojis. But one of the technologies that helps make deep fakes so realistic is the use of class of machine learning systems called generative adversarial network, GANs. These networks have two neural network models, a generator and a discriminator. The generator takes training data and learns how to recreate it, while the discriminator tries to distinguish the training data from the from the recreated data produced by the generator. The two artificial intelligent actors play the game repeatedly, each getting relatively better at its job. At the moment, generative adversarial networks are being used to build deep fakes for fake porn videos and political satire. But their powers to manipulate should worry us for several reasons. First, they can use inputs like big data and precision marketing to scale the manufacturing of content like deep fakes. Second, the iterative competition between generator and discriminator neural network takes place at machine speed and is accurate. Third, the same logic that underpins generative adversarial networks can be applied into other practices. But the conclusion: artificially intelligent driven social bots that are now sending you car or skincare advertisements could start chatting with you, actually experimenting on you to test what content will elicit the strongest reactions. Your responses would be fed back into a generative adversarial network like system where you and countless others play the role of discriminator, all helping the artificial intelligence learn how to better manipulate you in the future. Stimuli you or others like you could slowly be pushed into changing your attitudes, preferences, or behaviors towards other groups or on foreign or domestic policy issues. Whoever is first to develop and employ such systems could easily prey on wide swaths of the public for years to come. Defending against such massive manipulation will be particularly tricky given the current social media landscape, which allows for easy multiplication of inauthentic individual personas and accounts through the use of bots or other forms of automation. There are several possible ways to develop protective efforts against using artificial intelligence for experimentation on humans. Government regulations is one way. The government could regulate standards. Let's not trust the government to regulate fucking anything more than they're already regulating. But this could, as they are saying, regulate standards of identity authentication by social media companies. This could be done by fining companies that fail to meet these standards. But please understand that these social media companies actually probably have more power and influence than the government. and are probably richer than some of our nations. But this could be done by finding companies, as they said, providing tax breaks for companies that meet them, or taxing companies for each user who opens a new social media account. Further, the US Securities and Exchange Commission could develop standards for publicly traded social media companies to report authentic active users in their filings. In 2016, for example, the Scrutinies and Exchange Commission, sorry, the Securities and Exchange Commissions raised concerns about the way that Twitter reported daily and monthly active users on that platform. The Securities and Exchange Commission could develop standards of reporting authentic users, which would not only protect investors, again, we've got to protect those investors, people, but also force transparency for who is behind what account on these platforms. And again, this hasn't got anything to do with who is behind these platforms in terms of removing the bots. It's about finding out if you are actually who you say you are and a real person. They want to know your information, and they want to, and this is why the government want involved, because they want to know if they're fucking wasting their time, effort, and taxpayers' money on scrutinizing artificial bots. So you want to know for sure if you're a legitimate person. But alternatively, social media providers might take steps to limit multiple or inauthentic accounts at their own incentive, if these firms believe it is in their interest to do so, of course. But there are numerous ways available for them to reduce the propagation of inauthentic accounts. Such methods might include some more rigorous identity authentication and verification, or perhaps imposition of a nominal cost associated. See what they're trying to tell you here, guys? And a cost associated with opening of each account. Legitimate users would only be minimally inconvenienced by such a cost, but bot herders might find such costs prohibitive. Of course they would. They got fucking billions and billions of dollars at their disposal. They put it off is a tax write-off, probably. Again, what they're saying here, you've got to read between the lines and understand what they are actually telling you. That they're going to find a way, not so far in a distant future, where we're going to have to pay for all of our social media accounts, and without 100% of a doubt, provide we are who we say we are. And again, these fake accounts. Further, a presence of a money trail would be one more way to identify inauthentic accounts. Again, that's because they want your bank details. Combined, such steps would align costs and incentives against users opening thousands of artificial intelligence-backed inauthentic accounts, regardless of new technologies that evolve. The producers of inauthentic content will always need a way to distribute their manipulative messages. And believe it, guys, fucking Rand have got their own interests at heart here, because they're doing all of the above. Everything that they've just been telling you the Russians are doing, the fucking Rand Corporation is doing to each and every one of us, one way or another. Because Rand Corporation pretty much own all of the mass media. The Rand Corporation are part of the Disney entertainment mass media brain control, mind control networks of mainstream media. But unfortunately, current incentive structures leave little impetus for social media firms to take such steps, as the nature of ad revenues reward larger numbers of active accounts, whether or not they are managed by real people or through automation. However, one could imagine users who value interacting with authentic persons rewarding social media companies that take steps to ensure the authenticity of accounts. That basically they're saying, yeah, people will be much more willing to pay for their social media if they know that they're being talked to real people. And of course, with their businesses and traffic, authenticity could become a valued brand attribute for some social media platforms to be insensitized by consumer behavior. If a third of Americans do in fact believe the government is concealing something about the made-up North Dakota crash, imagine how many more would believe this fictitious event after wading through a deluge of lots, generative adversarial networks and deepfakes on the internet target them with such precision level accuracy. And why they can do precision level accuracy, because we have our own individual handler, artificial intelligence in our phones that collects all of our stuff so they can target what we see, how we think, what we say, and what we behave in a manner. But the end notes there, we don't really need to read much more. But that was it, guys. The RAND, Artificial Intelligence and Manufacturing Reality, part of the arsenal of weaponized or weapons, rather unimaginable weapons, silent weapons for silent wars that are being used against us in this psychological warfare. So let's go and check out another video before we do head back now to the Reality Decoded studio, where we will recommence live in at you.
The whole conspiracy is founded on keeping humanity in a very, very low level of perception about self, perception about the world. This is why we have the dumbing down of education. This is why we have the controlled so-called information that comes through the media. The idea is to keep people in ignorance of anything that would be a problem to the control systems. Why do some artists who have a certain amount of talent, some not very much, why do they get picked up by the corporations to become these big influencers of young people and other people through the entertainment and the music industry, and others with incredible talent never get off the ground? It's because they are chosen. Yeah. Yeah. I'm ready. Most people still today think that all entertainment is therefore nothing more than entertainment. It never ever was that case. What we see here is that this is actually all based up into psychological warfare done by military intelligence wrapped up with occultism. Disney World looks like a whole fun bunch of rides, but what we actually have here are a number of rides that are sponsored by military industrial corporations. Happiest place on earth, my Snow White ass. Walt Disney was hired by J. Edgar Hoover to instill mind pattern programming into the children. It was an FBI plan. It was instigated. To really appreciate how this could be done, you need to appreciate something called trauma-based mind control. During the last war in the concentration camps of Germany, they started to perfect the manipulation of a natural mechanism in the mind that shuts out trauma. If you could systematically traumatize someone and start with children, particularly before the age of 5 and 6, you could turn their minds into a honeycomb of self-contained compartments, none of which was aware of the other's existence.
They start with wanting to make you an obedient slave at first, and so they do a lot of sensory deprivation, they do a lot of sensory overload, and they switch between the two, and they do out-and-out torture. They take a small child and they electroshock. In my case, it was electroshock to the brain. I've had drugs injected into my body so that my nerves were just like on fire, and then they would just touch me. They kept me awake for many hours at night, would not let me sleep. They do use cattle prods on people in torturing them, and they do use electrical stimulation to the genitals and also on the teeth. I was made to eat my own feces as a little child. I was made to drink my own urine. I was not allowed to go to the bathroom. I was placed in a sensory deprivation tank. I had my shoulders, my knees, my toes, and my fingers, my elbows dislocated and then put back into place. I have had my eyelids taped open. I saw games of Russian roulette played where it was chosen beforehand that a child would die, and the child would put the gun up to his head and pull the trigger, and this child would end up dying. But it was meant to scare all of us, to keep us in terror.
Disney is used as a torture device to compartmentalize and bring about this dissociative identity disorder.
We've got these list of Mouseketeers. We've got Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake.
These were all poor little children that were brainwashed together in a Disney program.
What they will do is use these people in high-profile rituals.
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. There's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad.
Let's be clear. I don't believe that they're really pulling energy and power into their phallus and energizing themselves to be God-men. They believe it.
Actually, right now we should talk a little about Tom Cruise and Scientology.
Scientology, according to L. Ron Hubbard Jr., is a black ritual done over a long period of time. Instead of getting all your trauma at once, you get it in little increments.
This footage is worth money.
Why? What footage?
This thing you're looking into?
It's a camera.
Exactly.
Britney Spears created quite a commotion here at this tattoo parlor in Sherman Oaks tonight when she showed up, well, let's just say with a whole new look that may not be so popular with her fans.
They aren't just pop stars trying to cry out for attention. These are people that have been put through abuse throughout their lives and raised in this environment that we can't even imagine.
There is breaking news now on Fox News Channel. The Los Angeles Times and the Associated Press are now reporting Michael Jackson has died in Los Angeles this afternoon.
And of course, we know that the Jacksons were also ritually abused.
Really, it's a tragedy at the end of the day. That is the type of creature that his father produced.
You just said that you would practice the dance steps and your father would be holding a belt in his hand. Is that what you just said?
Yes. He would tear you up if you missed.
I know what evil looks like, folks, and I'm telling you, that's an evil man. And the whole thing is an evil spectacle.
So I finally got my own TV show coming out next fall on CBS. It's a half-hour weekly show that I will host entitled Let's Hunt and Kill Billy Ray Cyrus. It's fairly self-explanatory plot. Each week we let the hounds of hell loose and we chase that jarhead, no-talent, cracker asshole all over the globe. Until I finally catch that fruity little ponytail of his in the back, pull him to his knees, put a shotgun in his mouth like a big black cock of death.
That's how we sell sex to little girls. That's how we sell sex to little girls.
The White House claims he's too busy to even acknowledge Sheen's lair, never mind meet with Sheen. But obviously he's not too busy to talk about some mindless antics of this hip-hop star jumping on stage at an MTV Music Awards show.
He's a jackass.
In fact, Obama routinely makes mindless comments about everything under the sun. And yet he can't even acknowledge questions that are shared by the 9/11 victims' family members that are put out in this letter by Charlie Sheen.
And I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this bloody morality. There was moral outrage in America. It's disgusting, Janet Jackson. Immoral! I wonder which of these pictures is more sodding immoral.
Welcome to the X Factor. Your final starts right here.
They've been programmed. I'm sad because I know that it's hard for people like that to take a serious interest in world affairs. I see how easy it is for the masses to be manipulated.
It's a psychic weapon to blind people from all the majesty and beauty that is creation, and to blind people from their families and their children and just the amazing life force that's all around us.
The scale and fine detail in which these opinion formers right across society, from entertainment, media, through to politics, etc., are actually brought through from childhood to do those things is absolutely incredible. And when the lid really comes off this, and it's coming off, then people are going to look at the world they've been living in and see just, even if people now think, yes, it's a controlled world, whoa, wait till you see the level of control.
We're standing up to the drama that they do bring. Just check the left hand, see that G-ring. And mock rituals, what are they unleashing? Masonic rituals, live on TV. It's all been exposed, like the Sasha Road. Just like MK Ultra is on my control. You tripping, heavyweight sipping, have a refill. You feeling like you in prison, huh? That's 'cause that's real.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. You can see it when you turn on your television. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Backward masking, where a message is spoken or sung that intentionally means something else when played backwards, has been used in some rock music since the Beatles first used the technique. The subconscious can decode and read messages spoken or sung backwards. When played backwards, the song Miss Me Blind by Culture Club repeats the message, be in sin when you're not, over and over again. First, listen to the music cut played forwards. Played backwards, the message is, be in sin when you're not. The use of backward masking may be far more extensive than anyone suspects. There are literally hundreds of examples and a disturbing proliferation of satanic messages. For example, from the album Raising Hell by Run DMC, listen to the music cut played forwards. Played backwards, the message is, Hail Satan. It is important to note that the lyrics of many rock songs are not clearly distinguishable consciously. When you do not hear the message clearly, you cannot make the conscious choice to accept or reject it. When you cannot make that choice, or when that choice is taken away from you, the message is programmed to your subconscious without your being aware of it. The repeating beat of the music is a distraction for the conscious mind to lock on to
to in order to stop conscious thinking, thus causing the hypnotic state of mind, a state of mind that is similar to daydreaming. Repetition of the message constitutes mental programming. In time, the effects of this kind of programming will appear. These effects can be physical, psychological, and emotional. Numerous motion pictures have precipitated violence over the years. The Warriors, one of a number of movies about street gangs, was followed by a rash of violence in cities across the nation. Approximately 28 people died playing Russian roulette in response to seeing the deer hunter. The press reported that John Hinckley Jr. told his attorneys that the idea to assassinate President Reagan came to him after seeing the movie Taxi Driver. A report released in 1982 by the National Institute of Mental Health said,
"Violence on television does lead to aggressive behavior by children and teenagers who watch the programs."
Dr. Thomas Narut from the U.S. Naval Hospital at NATO headquarters in Naples investigated the use of film to train servicemen who were not inclined to kill to be able to do so. Films were screened which showed people being maimed or killed violently to desensitize the men to those acts. A progressively more graphic depiction of violence in movies, television, and music desensitizes people, especially young people, to real-life violence and increases tension, anxiety, and fear among older people who perceive increasing lawlessness and the breakdown of society. A University of Massachusetts study of crime programs on television reveals that law enforcement officers are often shown breaking and entering illegally, failing to inform suspects of their rights, terrorizing and coercing witnesses, and accepting bribes. Constitutional guarantees are regarded as bothersome technicalities that hinder the police in the performance of their duty. Professors Catch and Ahrens, who conducted the study, said,
"Police shows seem to reduce the ordinary citizen's awareness of constitutional rights and responsibilities. Many people engrossed in the drama of rapid-fire action or preoccupied with violence fail even to notice blatant police state tactics."
The Supreme Court has consistently expanded police powers and governmental authority while curtailing individual rights, thus enacting into law principles much like those presented on TV crime programming. The relationship between the increase in crime and the decrease in individual rights is a classic example of the Hegelian principle of bringing about change in a three-step process. The first step is to create a problem. The problem in this case is the increase in crime brought about in part by mass media programming of criminal behavior, making violence an acceptable means of problem solving, especially among young people. The second step is to create opposition to the problem. In other words, create anxiety and fear in the public so that people demand that something be done about it. The third step is to offer the solution to the problem that may entail a restriction of individual rights or some other predetermined goal, thus bringing about change that would have been impossible to impose on people without proper psychological conditioning. By causing emotional stress and mental confusion, judgment is impaired and suggestibility increased. Under these conditions, people allow their rights to be diminished without realizing its ramifications. The war on drugs is another example of this strategy in action. In 1936, a movie used hypnotic suggestion to give the audience instructions to do something. That movie was Reefer Madness. This movie used hypnotic techniques to both encourage marijuana use and promote anti-marijuana legislation. Speaking to a PTA meeting,
high school principal, Dr. Carroll, commands parents,
you and all other school parent groups about the country, and you must stand united on this, and stamp out this frightful assassin of our youth. You can do it by bringing about compulsory education on the subject of narcotics in general, but drink marijuana in particular. That is the purpose of this meeting, ladies and gentlemen, to lay the foundation for a nationwide campaign by you to demand by law such compulsory education.
When Dr. Carroll begins to speak, he raises a sheet of paper in front of him and reads certain facts from it. The white sheet of paper prominent in the middle of the screen is a distraction for the eyes to lock onto in order to cause the hypnotic state of mind while information is programmed to the audience verbally. Dr. Carroll delivers his lines with a hypnotic rhythm that is punctuated by changes in pacing, volume, and tone, just like a hypnotist. He speaks with authority and looks into the camera and into the eyes of the audience. Both are hypnotic techniques. Picture yourself in a movie theater. Now imagine a huge face on the screen staring at you. The stated intent of Reefer Madness was to stamp out the menace of marijuana because it leads to, quote, acts of shocking violence ending often in incurable insanity, end quote. In contrast, young people are shown having a good time smoking marijuana, dancing, kissing, and retreating to the bedroom. By showing young people having a good time smoking marijuana, Reefer Madness encouraged young people to at least try it. By telling the story of normal kids going berserk because of marijuana, Reefer Madness scared older people into demanding that something be done. This movie was part of a well-orchestrated propaganda campaign that included newspapers, magazines, and radio. In 1937, about a year after the release of the movie, the Marijuana Tax Act was signed into law, with a major effect being to drive prices up for marijuana to make its cultivation and distribution profitable. Bertrand Russell, philosopher, educator, and atheist, wrote in his book, The Impact of Science on Society.
I think the subject which will be of most importance politically is mass psychology. Its importance has been enormously increased by the growth of modern methods of propaganda. Although this science will be diligently studied, it will be rigidly confined to the governing class. The populace will not be allowed to know how its convictions were generated.
There could be no effective propaganda without mass media. Former national editor at the Washington Post and dean of the Graduate School of Journalism at the University of California at Berkeley, Ben Bedikian, reported in his book, The Media Monopoly, published in 1983, that 50 corporations controlled most of America's media. When the second edition of the book was published in 1988, that number shrank to 29. In the third edition, published in 1990, the number shrank further to 26. The consolidation of ownership of the press, publishing, radio, television, and film makes the coordination of propaganda possible. The primary means for controlling people is the absolute control of information. Men in power often withhold information for selfish ends. They often present false information as a diversion for the same reason. Words can inform or misinform. What people think can be controlled by controlling information. Schools are institutions commanding trust, respect, and confidence. Picture a child studying in school, reading a book. The printed words are a distraction for the eyes to lock onto. The mind focuses on the content of the book. The information being read is being programmed to the reader's mind. The child has no reason to believe that a book would intentionally contain information that was false, and so accepts it as true, even if the child does not understand it. This is especially true in school, where there is pressure to accept what is presented as true, because that is expected, and compliance determines both your grade marks and future. Repetition of the information constitutes mental programming. Thus, this information is accepted as true without thinking about it whenever it is presented again. The college textbook, Introductory Psychology, 2nd edition, by Jonathan L. Friedman, published by Addison Wesley Publishing Company, contains information that is false. This textbook, used for General Psychology Course 221 at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, fall semester 1982, says the following about brainwashing.
Some people who talk about brainwashing seem to believe that it involves extremely powerful methods that are almost irresistible. However, there is no evidence to suggest the existence of any such methods. In fact, the attempts at brainwashing we know about were not especially successful.
This is contrary to numerous documented reports, both academic and governmental, particularly official findings regarding brainwashing of POWs in Korea. There could be no effective propaganda without education. In the early 1900s, there began a dramatic shift in emphasis in American education, from intellectual development to socialization. The goals of education became political and social rather than academic. This was due in large part to John Dewey, who denied the existence of God and moral absolutes. As a result, the concept of right and wrong was removed from the schools, leading to a multitude of problems witnessed today. Professor Dewey based his educational reforms on the experimental psychology developed at Leipzig University by Wilhelm Wundt. Professor Wundt believed that man had no spirit. In his view, man was only a stimulus-response animal. This kind of thinking led to the principles of conditioning developed by Ivan Pavlov and behavioral psychologists John Watson and B.F. Skinner. As a result, schools became indoctrination centers designed to bring about a new social order. Education of the young is used to condition them to what comes later, thereby eliminating the difference between propaganda and education. The mind is conditioned with vast amounts of information disguised as facts and knowledge and dispensed for ulterior motives. According to the minute books of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, the Carnegie Endowment, the Ford Foundation, the Guggenheim Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation worked in harmony for the control of education in America. The key to their plan to bring about social change was to alter the teaching of American history. The Guggenheim Foundation agreed to provide fellowships for doctoral candidates of American history selected by the Carnegie Endowment. 20 prospective teachers were assembled and taken to London to be briefed on what was expected of them. This group of historians became the nucleus of the American Historical Association.
Who controls the past, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past,
wrote George Orwell. Norman Dodd, research director for the Special Committee to investigate tax-exempt foundations created by the 83rd Congress, was invited in November 1953 to meet in New York with Roman Gaither, president of the Ford Foundation. Mr. Gaither made a most revealing admission.
Mr. Dodd, we operate here under directives which emanate from the White House. The substance of the directives under which we operate is that we shall use our grant-making power to alter life in the United States so that we can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union.
In his book, Brainwashing in the High Schools, Professor E. Merrill Root examines 11 history textbooks used in the Evanston Township High School in Evanston, Illinois from 1950 to 1952. None of these textbooks makes it clear that the government of the United States is not a democracy but a republic. The Founding Fathers defined the form of government they established as a constitutional republic. Not one of these textbooks lists the word republic in its index. The essence of psychological warfare is to confuse the meaning of words and infiltrate the mind with conflicting concepts. These textbooks interpret American history primarily as a class conflict between the rich and the poor, a Marxist doctrine. A trend shared by each of the textbooks reviewed was advocacy of a world government. And these textbooks are typical of the approved history taught in schools over the past 40 years. 19th century British Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli commented that the world is governed by very different people from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. Political and economic power is concentrated in the hands of a ruling elite that controls the banks, large corporations, major communications media, influential foundations. In fact, their power encompasses all segments of society. Their goal is to return the world to serfdom with themselves as controllers of world affairs. Founded in 1921, the Council of Foreign Relations, located in New York City, is the American branch of a society that originated in England and is a key link between the ruling elite and the federal government. The Council has been called the Establishment, the Invisible Government, and the Rockefeller Foreign Office. Council members have held and continue to hold key government positions. Administrations, both Democrat and Republican, may change, but the Council of Foreign Relations remains to work its will from behind the scenes. The creation of the United Nations was a Council project, as well as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The goal of the Council is the establishment of a world government. On the international level, an organization similar to the Council called the Bilderbergers includes some of the world's most powerful financiers, industrialists, politicians, and intellectuals who meet each year for a conference on world affairs to decide how things will go for the rest of us. The goal of the Bilderbergers is the establishment of a world government. World government was always the goal of communism. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 was a turning point in world history. However, the revolution was financed by some of the world's richest and most powerful men. The money came primarily from America and Great Britain. Communism was forced on the Russian people from outside of Russia. Soviet economic and military development has been the result of the transfer of Western technology from Western companies allowed and encouraged by Western governments, principally the United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, and Italy. communism was a movement created and manipulated by some of the world's most powerful and wealthy men in order to gain control of the world. While the communist world is becoming more like the West, America is going in the opposite direction. The political concepts of the United States have undergone a gradual alteration in order to promote administrative government by appointed bureaucrats rather than the constitutionally mandated representative government by elected officials. A network of organizations headquartered at what is called 1313 at the University of Chicago have been working to restructure local, state, and federal government. 1313 affiliates developed the regional framework to merge city-county government, then county district, district-state, state-region, and on to a region-international merger into a one-world government. The program of these social science organizations is a totally managed and controlled society. Centralization of government functions is a basic socialist principle. Centralization takes government away from the people. The key factor is control. The computer-based planning, programming, and budgeting system is the mechanism for that control. This system was promoted as a modern space-age method for budgeting and accounting, but it is used to achieve behavioral objectives designed to capture the decision-making process of government. Systematic management and control of society replaces self-government. The use of social engineering to control what people think makes a mockery of the informed consent of the governed, the very cornerstone of the Constitution. The conditioning of the mind is not a legitimate function of government. It is the hallmark of tyranny. Dramatic events taking place in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe are part of a carefully orchestrated propaganda campaign designed to condition the people of the world to accept the eventual merging of East and West into a one-world superstate. A one-world government means the loss of national sovereignty for the United States. All areas of our culture have been corrupted in order to promote this program, and psychological warfare is being waged against the public to accept it, and even demand some of the changes necessary to bring about a new dark age on this planet. The plan is as old as history, with its modern manifestation having reared its ugly head in 1776 when Adam Weishaupt, professor of canon law at the University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria, founded the Order of the Illuminati, the Enlightened Ones. The goal of the Illuminati was the creation of a new world order. This was to be accomplished by infiltrating all areas of society and destroying civilization.
Welcome to Reality Decoded's live featured content presentation, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, up to you. But here we are with the topic of this evening's stream, memes of manipulation. And we're going to start out here at good old Wikipedia. It's a wonderful source of information and misinformation and all sorts of whimsical knowledge. But we're here at Wikipedia just to kind of refresh ourselves a little bit on exactly what memes are. Um, Prior to when they became popular social media tools of manipulation. And if or not you share and agree with my thoughts and opinion that memes are forms of mind control and thought implantation as well, is the manipulation of the masses into a desired thought train, is up to you. You're free to not share and agree with that thought and opinion and provide thoughts and opinions of your own for further debate. But no further ado, let's get on and nonetheless see what Wikipedia is saying about what exactly memes are. And almost immediately my eyes have become extremely screwy, although they weren't screwy when I was just reading through prior to pressing record. So anyway, a meme is an idea, behavior, or style that becomes a fad and spreads by means of imitation from person to person within a culture and often carries symbolic meaning, representing a particular phenomenon or theme. I will add here at this point in brackets, or propaganda. A meme acts as a unit for carrying cultural ideas, symbols, or practices, again in brackets, propaganda, that can be transmitted, just like a virus can be transmitted, from one mind, again, the word they use there, one mind, to another, through writing, speech, gestures, and rituals of sharing and agreeing, for example, or other imitable phenomena with the mimicked theme. Supporters of the concept regard memes as cultural analogues to genes, in that they self-replicate, mutate, and respond to selective pressures. 99% of you aren't brave enough to share and agree would be a selective pressure. They are selecting if or not, or giving you the choice to select if or not you're brave enough to share and agree with the meme. And by thus doing it, you are self-replicating that meme by sharing and agreeing it. So, as I said, first paragraph hopefully should have given you a little bit of an eye-opener. But this is a refresher. We have already previously over at TSP TV from the archives there have a couple of streams on memological warfare and memetical mind control. I did actually post those on TSP's brand new Facebook page today for some of you to maybe binge watch on Memetics today. And if you are or one of those individuals that chose to watch those two streams prior to this one, then this is kind of like the trilogy, maybe, or not a conclusion to those previous streams. I do not know. But anyway, proponents theorize that memes are a viral phenomenon, and the memes do spread virally, and it is the viral memes that spread are the memes that you need to be particularly aware of, because these are designed to go virally and to manipulate the minds of those that share and agree with them. And it is a viral phenomenon that may evolve by natural selection in a manner analogous to that of biological evolution. And again, we're talking about how they're digitally replicating the natural frequencies of the Earth, and how some of this technology is used and can be designed as purposeful mind control weaponry. Another way to back up and ensure that you're getting mind control is to provide you with imagery and mind control on those devices of mind control weaponry, doubling up your mind control in one little bundle. But anyway, you can emit the EMF frequencies, and then while you're under the influence of those EMF frequencies, then you can provide the visuals, just like in Clockwork Orange, guys. And that is exactly kind of how memes are a danger, because they propagate the subliminal mind. When you're scrolling through, even the memes that you don't share and agree with are implanted into your mind subliminally. This is what we're talking about, thought implantations. But back to this, they can evolve similar to that of biological evolutions. Memes do this through the process of variation, mutation, competition, and inheritance. So sometimes variation. There are some cunning people out there that see a meme that is very popular and being shared a lot, and then they sort of get a similar image and copy and paste or just copy the text onto that meme that they recreate and then post it again. And then some people mutate that meme by saving the meme that they've saw and then maybe adding a sticker or an emoji or something else to it to make it their sort of own. And then these memes in turns sort of bait for competition on social media news feeds to be shared and agreed with. And some of us inherit those memes as our own individual thoughts as a result. But each of these will influence, each of which influence a meme's reproductive success. So the more people that share and agree with it, the more it gets reproduced, and the more that thought gets implanted into the minds of the sharers and the agreeers. Is this starting to sink in, folks? Less prolifically, they may become extinct if they're not shared and agreed with. A lot of the memes that I personally create myself don't go viral and transmit or get replicated or mutate. They just die on their own after Nancy's given her obligatory sticker comment response to it. But anyway, while others may survive and spread, and for better or for worse mutate, memes that replicate most effectively enjoy more success, and some may replicate effectively even when they prove to be detrimental to the welfare of their hosts. Second for that to sink in. Memes are detrimental, can prove to be detrimental to the welfare of their host, and they might be detrimental to the welfare of their host by removing the host's independent ability to think for themselves. But a field of study called memetics, something we've spoken a lot about at TSP TV in quite a lot of weeks and months. Prior to COVID, we did speak about memes in regards to mind control, and throughout the COVIDian era, the spread and rise of the people that are becoming sharers and agreeers to popular memes is becoming quite startling. But the term memetics rose in the 1990s to explore the concepts and transmission of memes in terms of an evolutionary model. Criticisms from a variety of fronts has challenged the notion that academic study can examine memes empirically. I can't read that. Sorry, it's a bit squinty, and when it's in blue, yeah, never mind. Moving on. However, developments in neuroimaging, sorry again, blurry eyes, may make that word I can't read, study possible. Some commentators in the social sciences question the idea that one can meaningfully categorize culture in terms of discrete units, and are especially critical of the biological nature of the theory underpinnings. Others that have argued also that this is the use of this term is the result of a misunderstanding in the original proposal. So sort of, memes is kind of, as we will discover a little bit, sort of how behavioral patterns of society do work. Monkey see, monkey do effect. We see people wearing skinny jeans, so eventually we start wearing skinny jeans. And when people suddenly stop wearing skinny jeans and start wearing bell-bottom jeans, we start wearing bell-bottom jeans. We see people that have earrings, we wear earrings. We hear people listening to certain music, we listen to the same music that they're listening to. Memetic spreads through fashion cultures, and this is how behavioral patterns of society are you know removed or introduced to society. And are we being reduced to a copy and paste, share if you agree society for the one world order? But the word meme itself is a neologism coined by Richard Dawkins, originating from the 1976 book The Selfish Gene. Dawkins' own position is somewhat ambiguous. He welcomed suggestion from Kay Humphreys that memes should be considered as living structures, not metaphorically, and proposed to regard memes as physically residing in the brain, although Dawkins said his original intentions had been simpler. He approved Humphreys' opinion, and he endorsed Susan Blackmore's 1999 project to give a scientific theory of memes, complete with the predictions and empirical support. So, etymology. The term meme is a shortening modeled on gene of meme. Meme. I can't say that, but you can read it for yourself. Meme for best attempt of pronunciation, but which comes from the ancient Greeks. Again, another sort of difficult word to say, mimemia, which means imitated thing, itself from mimeshtai, from mimos. So there's a couple of words of origin that the word meme comes from, and it means basically to imitate or to mimic. The word was coined by the British evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins in A Selfish Game, as we just read, as a concept for discussion of evolutionary principles, explaining the spread of ideas and cultural phenomena is how are spread via memes. And examples of memes given in Dawkins' book include melodies, catchphrases, fashion, and technology of building arcs. You know, a lot of buildings here in Toronto are part of the Agenda 2030 stack and pack boxes in the sky for you all to live in. They all look very, very similar to sort of, you know, what I call Lego architecture. They all look almost identical or memetical. And just to give you an example of memetical catchphrases, be sure to hit the bell, smash the like, and subscribe. Those are some memetical rhetorics for you. There is a picture of Dawkins. In early formulations, although Dawkins never invented the term meme and developed meme theory, he has not claimed that the idea was entirely novel, and there have been other expressions for similar ideas in the past. For instance, the possibility that ideas were subject to the same pressures of evolution as were biological attributes was discussed in the times of Charles Darwin. T.H. Huxley of 1880 claimed that the struggle for existence hold as much in the intellectual as in the physical world. A theory is a species of thinking, and it is right to exist is coextensive with its power of resisting extinction by its rivals. So again, extinction of memes would be by not sharing and agreeing with it, and it only becomes it only exists the more that is being shared and agreed. So by putting ideology, propaganda in behavioral kind of context within memes that are being shared in this spreads, and this is how society is breeded. So it starts with the thoughts, implanting the thoughts and the behavior, the desired behavioral patterns in the form of memetics that you then share and agree, and then hopefully you then continue to share and agree those within your daily routines. But in 1904, Richard Simon published Die Meme, which appeared in English in 1924 as the meme. The term meme was also used by Maurice Maeterlinck in The Life of the White Ant, with some parallels to Dawkins' concept. Kenneth Pike had in 1954 coined the related terms emic and etic, generalizing the linguistic units of a phenomenon: morpheme, grapheme, lexeme, and tangmeme, as set out by Leonard Bloomfield, distinguishing insider and outer views of communicative behavior. To try and explain what that is, again, putting the communicative behavior in the terms of it would be the text part of the meme that you share and agree with, and then they will add a picture that will either reference what they are saying or make a satirical, humorous portrayal of what they're saying. Either way, never a truer word than that in jest. But the word meme originated in the selfish gene, as we've already heard about a couple of times in this, and Dawkins cites as inspiration for the work of a geneticist, L. Cavalli Sforza, anthropologist F.T. Cloak, and ethologist J.M. Cullen. Dawkins wrote that evolution depended not on the particular chemical basics of genetics, but only on the existence of a self-replicating unit of transmission. In case of biological evolution, the gene. In terms of psychological evolution or in intelligence evolution, intellectual evolution rather, the means transmitted from person to person introduces the information to the individual that then retains that information and then shares it accordingly. But for Dawkins, the meme exemplified another self-replicating unit with the potential significant in explaining human behavior and cultural evolution. How culture evolves is through memetics, the culture of playing hacky sack. People, we used to see people playing hacky sack on TV and in the movies and maybe at the beach, and then they went home and played hacky sack themselves. And Kilroy was here, an old meme from yesteryear, and that became popular in the 1940s and existed under various names in different countries. We used to call them chads in England, illustrating how a meme can be modified through replication. So that's what we'd do, is kind of put the chad looking over the wall in something we'd no football pitch, or no milkshakes. That was sort of what, and then you'd kind of what no would be the sort of the catchphrase, and then you would mutate it accordingly to whatever topic you wanted to. But it was a form of memetics that you may be familiar with and were unaware that was memetics. Sorry, I've done that thing again. We won't go too much longer into this Wikipedia. As I said, it does get a little bit boring and it is already hurting my eyes. But Dawkins used the term to refer to any cultural entity that an observer might consider a replication. He hypothesized that one could view many cultural entities as replicators and pointed to melodies, fashion, and learned skills as examples. Memes generally replicate through exposure to humans who have evolved as efficient copiers of information and behavior. Because humans do not always copy memes perfectly, and because they may refine, combine, or otherwise modify them with other means to create new memes, they can change over time. Dawkins likened the process by which memes survive and change through the evolution of culture to the natural selection of genes in biological evolution. Just like fashions come into to popular, practices, I guess, sooner or later those fashions become extinct and get forgotten about. As do some sort of bands and musicians, one-hit wonders and stuff. Dawkins defined the meme as a unit of cultural transmission or a unit of imitation and replication, but later definitions would vary. The lack of a constant, a rigorous and precise understanding of what typically makes up one unit of cultural transmission remains a problem in debates about memetics. In contrast, the concept of genetics gained concrete evidence with its discovery of the biological functions of DNA. Meme transmission requires a physical medium such as photons, sound waves, touch, taste, or smell because memes can only be transmitted only through senses, and we also get to see them visually now, not only touch, taste, and smell them, we get to see them on our social medias. Dawkins noted that in society with culture, a person need not have descendants to remain influential in the actions of individuals thousands of years after the death. But if you contribute to the world's culture, if you have a good idea, it may live on intact long enough after your genes have dissolved in the common pool. Socrates may or may not have had a gene or two alive in the world today, as G.C. Williams has remarked. But who cares? The mean complexes of Socrates, Leonardo, Copernicus, and Marconi are still going strong today. And that is where we will leave Wikipedia on memetics for now, because as I said, it does go on, and you are perfectly free to go and continue and read all of this on your own. And there's lots and lots more there to look at: evolutionary influences, memetics, criticism of meme theory, applications, religious, architectural, internet cultural. So memes, people, make up an awful lot more of society than just the quirky little things that we see on our social media newsfeed that we share and agree with. And are they harmless little quirky tools of amusement, or are they something far more sinister? Stay tuned. Memes of Manipulation continues almost immediately. And welcome back, guys. There was only a very short intermission between the previous article and this article from Wired magazine, and its title reads, which I'm sure you can see, How Russian Trolls Used Meme Warfare to Divide America. A new report for the Senate exposes how the IRA used every major social media platform to target voters before and after the 2016 election. There's a picture of the Russian flag and some symbology there, I'm sure. But there is, and this comes from 2018, by the way, this article, and please, I apologize, get Wired for just $10.95. It's actually $5. We're not going to do that, but there is a meme on Instagram, and isn't there? When isn't there a meme on Instagram? Pretty much any given moment, there's a meme on Instagram or Facebook or you name it. There's a meme somewhere right now being shared and agreed with. But there is a meme on Instagram, the article says, circulated by a group called Born Liberal. At first, it holds a cluster of strings reaching down into people with television sets for heads, and the text declares the people believe what the media tells them they believe. George Orwell, the quote is surely false, but it is also perfect in a way. Born Liberal was a creation of the Internet Research Agency, the Russian propaganda wing that might as well be part of Oceania. In other words, we live in a time when America democratic debate is being influenced by liars spreading memes about our inability to understand the truth. This particular meme is one of many revealed in a new report released on Monday, commissioned by the Senate Intelligence Committee and written by New Knowledge, a cybersecurity firm whose director of research, Rennie DeRista, is a Wired contributor. This report, along with a second one written by the Computatorial Propaganda Project at university. We never say that word if you're from Swindon, where that university is situated. Certainly not in this week when we lost the derby to them. Stuff you have no concept of, I'm sure. But university that we will not mention, and Graphic offers the most extensive look at the IRA's attempts to divide Americans, suppress the vote, and boost then candidate Donald Trump before and after the 2016 presidential election. The report sheds new light on the way the IRA trolls targeted African Americans and the outsized role Instagram played in their work. Also calls into questions statements tech executives have made under oath to Congress in the past 18 months. The report by New Knowledge is based on a review of 10.4 million tweets, 1,100 YouTube videos, and 116,000 Instagram posts, and 61,500 unique Facebook posts published from 2015 through 2017. This is not a complete data set of Russian influence operations, but it is still the largest such analysis to take place outside of the companies themselves. And it shows that the Russians weren't just running a bland content farm churning out propaganda in broken English. The operation was deeply sophisticated and at times downright funny, as the report's authors note. The IRA was fluent in American trolling culture. But the most explosive finding in the report may be the assertion that both Facebook and Google executives misled Congress in statements. The researchers suggest that Facebook dissembled about the IRA's voter suppression efforts on the platform in written responses to Congress in October. Following the testimony of Chief Operating Officer Sheryl Sandberg in October, he said Sandbag, that would have been comical, but in October, she said something back in October. I lost my train of thought thinking about sandbags there. But anyway, at the time, the company was asked, does Facebook believe that any of the content created by the Russian Internet Research Agency was designed to discourage anyone from voting? Facebook responded, we believe this is an assessment that can be made only by investigators with access to classified intelligence and information from all relevant companies and industry. A Facebook spokesman went on to add that on Monday morning, we continue to fully cooperate with officials investigating the IRA's activity on Facebook and Instagram around the 2016 election. We've provided thousands of ads and pieces of content to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence for review and shared the information with the public about what we found. Nevertheless, the report lays out ample obvious examples of how Facebook and Twitter were both used to discourage turnout. In some cases, the trolls tried to mislead people into texting their votes in, and in others, they encouraged Americans to vote for third-party candidates like Jill Stein or give up on voting altogether, which messages that read, fuck the elections. And I agree, actually, fuck the elections. Your vote has never mattered or never contributed to anything. As a foregone conclusion, they just give you the impression that you're getting to choose who keeps you imprisoned in your invisible prison of solitude. It's not solitude. You sometimes have family and friends around and pay your visits, but you also get visiting time at the correctional facility. But meanwhile, the authors of the report questioned Google's disclosure just before the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing in October 2017. At the time, the company put out a statement saying that none of the IRA-linked YouTube accounts was targeted to the US or any particular sector of the US population. Yet the researchers found out, in fact, that the 1,100 total YouTube videos they discovered, 1,063 focused on police brutality and Black Lives Matter. 571 of those which had keywords related to the police and police brutality. While the statement was likely talking about advertising targeting, the report's authors believe that it appears disingenuous to, and you can read the full report at the bottom of this story. We conducted an in-depth investigation across multiple product areas and provided a detailed and thorough report to investigators. As we said at the time, videos on YouTube are viewable by anyone. Users can create videos intended for certain audiences, but there is no way to target by race on Google or YouTube. Yeah, right. Elbow cough. Is it either Laurie or Glynis that likes the elbow cough emoji? Insert it right now if you're watching Glynis or Laurie. Forgive me if I forget which one exactly it is. But Google spokesman said in a statement on Monday afternoon that it's impossible to target race videos for race, by race, I guess. The focus on police brutality and content in targeting African Americans wasn't limited to YouTube. Among more than a dozen web domains the IRA registered, the vast majority, including Do Not Shoot Us and Blacktivist Info, were aimed at black communities. Of the 33 interesting, most popular Facebook pages linked to the IRA, nearly half focused on black audiences. This effort was particularly successful on Instagram, where the account at Black Instagram amassed more than 300,000 follows and elicited more than 28 million reactions. Much of this content seemed designed to stroke distrust among American Africans in democratic institution and depress black turnout for Democratic Hillary Clinton candidate. Conversations around the IRA's operations traditionally has focused on Facebook and Twitter, but like any hip millennial, the IRA was actually most obsessive about Instagram. Instagram was perhaps the most effective platform for the Internet Research Agency. The New Knowledge researchers wrote, all in, the troll accounts received 187 million engagements on Instagram. So just bear in mind, guys, that's 187 million sharing and agreeing engagements. Or certainly a large proportion of that will be sharing or what do they do? Rehashing? I don't know what it is on Instagram, or retweeting, I'm thinking of. But about 40% of those accounts they created had at least 10,000 followers. That isn't to say, however, that the trolls neglected Twitter. There, the IRA deployed 3,841 accounts, including several personas that regularly played hashtag games. That approach paid off. 1.4 million people engaged with the tweets, leading to nearly 73 million engagements. So bear in mind, some of the things that you share and agree with on your social media come from these such accounts that design exactly the propaganda, the narrative, the text, and the visuals to create an exact reaction in you that will prime you to share and agree with that memetical rhetoric, guys. And this is what I'm telling you. Share your own thoughts and opinions, not the thoughts and opinions that you've been suggested to share and agree with on your news feed. But most of this was focused on the news. Well, on Facebook and Instagram, the Russians prioritized deeper relationships, according to the researchers. On Facebook, the IRA notched up a total of, again, 33 numbers for you there, guys. Interesting. 3.3 million page followers who engaged with their politically divisive content. 76.5 million times they engaged with that politically divisive content. But Russia's most popular pages targeted the right wing and the black community. The trolls also knew their audiences. They deployed Pepe memes, that was a funny little frog look, at pages intended for right-leaning millennials, but kept them away from posts directed to older conservative Facebook users. Not every attempt was a hit, while 33, again 33 that number, of the 81 IRA Facebook pages had over 1,000 followers. Dozens had none at all. Hit and miss, guys. The IRA trolls aimed to pit Americans against each other with divisive memes. Tools of division, tools of manipulation. And these memes is now well known that they put the Americans against each other with these memes, and it is now well known. But this latest report reveals just how bizarre some of the IRA's outreach got to collect personally identifying information about targets and perhaps use it to create custom and lookalike audiences on Facebook, or something trolls do, and I may or may not done it in my days of trolling, is create a clone account. So basically what you would do is you'd go onto the person's social media page that you want to clone, and start downloading all their pictures. Then you create an account with the exact same name and then start posting comments on their account, under that new account where it looks like it's them that is interacting. Causes all sorts of fun and games, believe you me. Don't suggest you should do that, but clone accounts, and this is what they do, kind of collect your thoughts and opinions, and you're sharing and agreeing memes, and then replicate that into a clone account that may or may not replace your actual account. But anyway, these lookalike audiences on Facebook were some of the things that they went to do. But the IRA Instagram pages sold all kinds of merchandise that included LGBT sex toys and many variants of triptych and 5-panel artwork featuring traditionally conservative patriotic themes. The IRA also worked to recruit offline converts with job listings, some of which revealed just how the trolls were willing to go to carry out their plot. One Facebook page called Army of Jesus offered free counseling to people with sexual addiction using ads that read, "Struggling with addiction to masturbation? Reach out to me and we will beat it together. Signed, Jesus." The report also points out new links between the IRA pages and WikiLeaks, which helped disseminate hacked emails from Clinton campaign manager John Podesta in the weeks leading up to the election on October the 4th, 2016. Days before the first email dump, the researchers found Facebook and Instagram posts about WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, with a reinforced his reputations as a freedom fighter. What these millions of digital artifacts do show when taken together is just how much planning and coordination went into the IRA's scheme. This obviously is influencing general elections with memes is probably the top of their operations, but these companies and organizations, not just the IRA, there's probably hundreds and hundreds of these organizations that do have, copycat accounts, clone accounts, shill accounts that are designed to spread and manipulate the minds of the masses through popular viral memes. But it is important to stress that all of this represents organic activity. That is to say that Russian presence unrelated to the relatively small ad spent that Facebook executives pointed to as the story first unfolded in what the report authors describe as an attempt to downplay the problem. The authors note that even silly memes can change minds. While many people think of memes as cat pictures with words, the Defense Department and good old DARPA have studied them for years as a powerful tool of cultural influence, capable of reinforcing or even changing values and behavior. What are the Department of Defense and DARPA doing researching extensively for years into memes for, if they are not weapons, guys? I'll wait for your answers. But the researchers can't say whether any of this propaganda actually influenced the election. That's partly to do with the squishy nature of measuring political persuasion, and partly to do with the fact that some key data remains missing. The researchers had no access, for example, to user comments or conversation data that might have helped eliminate the impact that this contact had. What these millions of digital artifacts do show when taken together is just how much planning and coordination went into the IRA's scheme. Between the Twitter handles, the Facebook pages, the Instagram posts, and the YouTube personalities, the fake local news sites, and in at least one case, a phony geopolitical think tank, the trolls created their own mini internet to prop up Trump and spread distrust in his opponent and the election system itself. What's more, their efforts remain ongoing years after the election. Using the trove of data, the researchers were able to uncover even more IRA linked Facebook pages, including one that was updated as recently as May this year. All of this demonstrates, according to the report authors, that over the past 5 years, disinformation has evolved from a nuisance into a high stakes information memological war. And yet, rather than fighting back effectively, Americans are battling each other over what to do about it. And they're sort of battling over what to do about it by sharing memes on to mask or not to mask, for example, in contemporary times. But we have conversations whether about or not bots, and that's fake artificially intelligent accounts, have the right to free speech. We respect the privacy of fake people, and we hold congressional hearings to debate whether YouTube personalities have been unfairly downright. The report reads, "It is precisely our commitment to a democratic principles that puts us at an asymmetric disadvantage against an adversary who enthusiastically engages in censorship, manipulation, and suppression internally." And there is some alternative reporting on that. So there was a very interesting little article about how memes were used by a Russian internet research agency, and how memes were propagandized and distributed in order to influence the masses, the minds of the masses in how they didn't vote in that election. But don't worry, guys, we've got another article about weaponized memes coming right up now. Alrighty, guys, so here we are at Network World, where we have an article of opinion on memes and manipulation by Mark Gibbs, and this is from November the 30th, 2010. 11 years ago, guys. A few days ago, one of my friends on Facebook posted to her wall a list of books, see below in brackets, supposedly from a BBC article, and noted that the BBC believes most people will have read only 6 of the 100 books listed. How do your reading habits stack up, was the further question of that posts that was shared by this friend on Facebook back in 2010. The author goes on to say that he usually checks the articles like this to make sure that they are what they are claimed to be. But in this case, as it was only about books and it was just the basis for conversation, I waded in. Interestingly, as it turned out, the BBC list is a fiction that somehow came to life, derived from the BBC's The Big Read show in April 2003, a project to search for the nation's best loved novel. But the winner, it transpired, was Lord of the Rings, with which the rest of the top being Pride and Prejudice, His Dark Materials, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, To Kill a Mockingbird, Winnie the Pooh, 1984, The Lion, the Witch on the Wardrobe, and Jane Eyre. But on Facebook, the circulation, commenting, and republishing of the false list in my circle of friends made a noticeable spike in activity, and out of the exchanges, I wound up with 2 new Facebook friends. That is the words of the author, not me. But it is interesting to consider the behavior of this almost viral meme. And I say almost because it seems to have reappeared over many groups and over many years, each as separate chained events. Rather than doing the explode into popularity and then fizzle arc, which is more common for viral content, and in the passing along with the message that has morphed in both its pitch, the nation's favorite book, to you probably aren't, well, the pitch is the nation's favorite book and that you're not probably very well read, as well as what the books are in the list being changed. What is so powerful about this meme is its apparent robustness, even though it isn't what it is claimed to be. Remember, in the Wikipedia stuff about memes, it says they kind of survive and will only exist if they are a little bit, as this one is suggesting, robust enough to do some and keep recirculating, and that keeps them in existence. And even though it isn't claimed to be, it doesn't matter. It has no consequence other than being something that gets social focus and engages people. And so it has been carried on for the better part of 7 years. What's really interesting is this kind of engagement mechanism that that marketers dream of. Imagine a list of top sodas or cars or makes of jeans getting this much visibility and discussion. And believe it or not, in 2021, I'm pretty sure they do that, and that is part of why they are getting you to share and agree all of these things. Maybe somebody that in the picture that you share and agree with might be wearing a particular brand of jeans that might be considered the subliminal product placement. But this imagine the likes of such forth as we just mentioned getting that visibility and discussion, and the companies that sell the product on the list would have to be thrilled at the free exposure, which is why many people are tracking memes and researching for clues as to why something like this goes viral. A recent conversation with another friend of the author got into the topic of ethics of this kind of engineering of content. My friend contended that this is manipulation of the worst kind because we are now attempting to engage people through their hidden desires and biases, hidden to them, that is. And not to the artificial algorithm, because it knows all your biases, because it copies and pastes all your data in its little storage units and memory banks for research analysis purposes. And so we are tugging into the strings of their psyches, no longer trying to sell them products, but trying to sell them ideas, and rather trying to play them through their biology to do as we wish. I'd rather agree there is something truly creepy about the idea of being manipulated through direct appeals to our more primitive, non logical minds. Share if you agree, guys. This one thing to have a traditional advertising to try to work on us using its normal hit and miss methods. But when you can engineer people to respond, it would appear that you could be crossing an ethical line. We all think that we are nowhere near to that kind of manipulation becoming a science, but you've got to wonder how far off we are from being able to generate effective commercial viral content. Remember, this is 11 years ago, guys, and I'm pretty sure now that they have reached that level of manipulation, and it is gone beyond the science to a method. So my question to you, where does it become unethical to engineer rather than persuade people into paying attention to your message? And again, there is the amendment, I believe, to the list of books, and it goes on and gives you all the hundreds. That was, we're not going to look at all 100, the end of the article again there. It does raise a few interesting points with regards to memes being form of manipulation. But don't worry, guys, we've got some more articles to look on the manipulation of memes. right now. Stay tuned. In a few seconds, there'll be another one right back at you, fresh and ready to go for your information and educational purposes only. Make of it what you will. Welcome back. Here we are with another weaponized meme article, this time from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the MIT Technology Review. That's a bit weird. The Massachusetts of Institute of Technology Review. I don't know if that's correct or not, but anyway, the MIT. Some of you may be aware of, who do pay attention to the content and information that I do bring you. MIT is part of the network associated with the Tavistock Institute, that manipulation think tank that's over 100 years old, that spends $6 billion a year on methodologies and practices and experimentation into manipulation of the masses. But anyway, how memes got weaponized, a short history from MIT. Goes on to say, memes come off as a joke, but some people are starting to see them as the serious threat they are. I'd like to think of myself as one of those people that sees them as a serious threat and tries to point out and inform some of you guys and give you some information regarding the threat of memes for your own informative purposes. And again, if or not you want to make up your mind to decide if or not memes are weaponized forms of mind manipulation and mind control, that's great. But if you don't, just go back to sharing and agreeing them on social media. Nothing bad can come of it, I'm sure. But October the 24th, 2019, was when this article was written. And again, they reference in October 2016, a friend of the author learned that one of his wedding photos had made its way onto a post on a right-wing message board, and the picture had been doctored to look like an ad for Hillary Clinton's campaign, and it appeared to endorse the idea of drafting women into the military. A mutual friend of ours found the image first and sent him a message saying, I saw this on Reddit. Did you make it? And that's something that not many of you people do. Not many of you make your own memes. Some of you do claim that the memes that you share say what you think, but you never ever took it upon yourself to make a meme of what you were thinking before seeing the meme. So did the thought come before the meme? Is it the chicken or the egg? Did the meme provide the thought, or did the thought provide the meme? But MIT Technology Review article goes on to say, and this is the picture there, is I'm not sure if that's his wedding picture. It doesn't look like he's going to a wedding, unless he's just sort of modeling his suit before he goes off to get married. And he does look a little bit beta male there, with his sort of I'm trying to compensate my small penis and lack of ability to pleasure women sexually by growing a beard and wearing an earring, but look at my glasses, they make me look intellectual. I've got a spiffy haircut as well. But anyway, he says that the picture goes on to say that he is a proud liberal. He's also a proud feminist, and I'm proud to be a hero's husband. And it got the hashtag at the bottom, and the red and blue form purple, and it's pointing to hashtag draft my wife. Can I imagine a whole platoon of PMSing wives descending angrily upon an enemy delved into the trenches? My goodness, you probably only need to give them a TV remote control and maybe a wooden spoon for the kitchen. You don't even need bullets and guns. I'm pretty sure the enemy would be obliterated within seconds. Imagine that, 3,000 screaming PMS women descending upon you. May God have no mercy on their souls. But anyway, this was the first of my friend had heard of this particular incident, and he hadn't agreed to have his image used this way, which was apparently taken from his online wedding album. And bear in mind, you do give your permission to all of your photographs, thoughts, and opinions that you post on social media. You give those the social media platform of choice, I guess, or you give them the rights to own your content and use it as they choose fit. And that even includes stuff you send in Messenger. So again, we sort of joked yesterday in the live stream that if you've ever sent a dick pic, then there's a very good chance that dick pic's been analyzed. and scrutinized and maybe replicated. But so rather than poke the trolls by complying, he ignored it and went on with his life. Most of his friends had a laugh at the fake ad, but I saw a huge problem. This is the author seen a huge problem. As a research of media manipulation and disinformation, I understood right away that my friend had become cannon fodder in a meme war. The use of slogans, images, and video on social media for political purpose, often employing disinformation and half-truths. While today we tend to think of memes as funny images, online Richard Dawkins, who we heard about earlier and have heard about in previous stream, who coined the term meme in his 76 book, The Selfish Gene, where he described how culture is transmitted through generations. In his defamation, memes are units of culture. Remember, the fifth generation of digital technology, and all of a sudden, around the dawn of it, sharing of memes become even more prominent on my observations of what I was seeing on my social media feeds. But in his definition, memes are units of culture spread through the diffusion of ideas. Memes are practically salient online because the internet crystallizes them as artifacts of communication and accelerates their distribution through subcultures. Importantly, as memes are shared, they shed the context of their creation along with their authorship. Unmoored from the trappings of an author's reputation or intention, they become the collective property of the culture, or the collective thought of the hive mind who shared and agreed it. The 99% that were subdued and manipulated into sharing, believing that they were the 1% that was brave enough to share. See how the reverse psychology and power of persuasion works there, guys. But as such, memes take on a life of their own, and no one has an answer for transgressive or hateful ideas. And there is a picture of who is that? Is that Hillary Clinton, or is that I don't know. I can't even see who the individual that's been copied and pasted onto the Kill Bill poster there is an example of a meme. And while a lot of people think of memes as harmless entertainment, funny or snarky comments on current events, we are far beyond that now. Meme wars are a consistent feature of our politics, and they are a consistent feature of social media feeds. That's why I posted up the other day, how long can you go without sharing a meme? They are not just being used by internet trolls or some bored kids in the basement, but by governments, political candidates, and activists across the globe. Russia used memes and other social media tricks to influence the US election in 2016 using a troll farm known as the Internet Research Agency, as we just read about, to seed pro-Trump and anti-Clinton content across various online platforms. And Donald Trump is probably one of the most memed contents ever, and quite a few of you I do know that follow along Reality Decoded, and you've been known to share a Trump meme or two in your social media over the last couple of years of the formation of our little community here. But anyway, that's the Internet Research Agency that we just heard about. Trump was seeding pro-Trump memes. Both sides in territorial conflicts like those between Hong Kong and China, Gaza and Israel, India and Pakistan are using memes and viral propaganda to sway both local and international sentiment. So both, they use memes to control both sides of the narrative, the pro-government, the against government. This is the controlled opposition. They provide you your very own targeted memes to share and agree with, and then the more people that share and agree with pro-government stuff may be the ones that get to see another day. Those that don't share and agree with the pro-government propaganda, medical propaganda, I should add, may not get their Soylent Green allowance. The Bill is dead. No, Kill Bill. There's some more memes there about Bill going on. But in 2007, for example, as he was campaigning for president, John McCain jokingly started to sing "Bomb, bomb, 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 Iran" to the tune of the Beach Boys' popular song "Bob Ran." Okay, bomb, 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 Iran. It's kind of catchy, actually. Good job there. Although I'm pretty sure John McCain didn't come up with that. His little think tank of PR researchers come up with it probably. And in um, an Iran hawk was taking up a possible war using the well-worn tactic of humor and familiarity. Easy to dismiss as a joke, and something I've said, there's never a truer word than that said in jet, yet serving as a scary reminder of the US military power. And the US has been known to bomb Iran more than once. And maybe while they were bombing it, the fighter pilots that were dropping the bombs were singing that tune. But it became a political liability for him. The slogan was picked up by civilian meme makers who spread and adapted it until it went viral. His opponent, Barack Obama, in essence, got an unpaid support from people who were better at creating persuasive content than his own campaign was. So see how memes can influence. Hey, I remember that song, Bomb, 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 Iran. And there's a picture of him in front of the flag holding his microphone with a thumbs up. But the viral success of memes has led governments to try imitating the genre in their propaganda. These campaigns are often aimed at the young. Like the US Army's social media focused Warriors Wanted program or the British Army campaign that borrows the visual language of century old recruiting posters to make fun of millennial stereotypes. These drew ridicule when they were launched early in this year, but they did boost recruitment. However, using memes this way misses the point entirely. As mentioned, great memes are authorless, they move about the culture without attribution. Much more authentic military meme campaigns are coming from soldiers themselves, such as memes referring to the bungling idiot, simply known as Carl. US service members and veterans run websites that host jokes and images detailing the reality of military life, yet these serve a purpose not too different from those of official propaganda. They often feature heavily armed soldiers and serve to highlight, even in jokes, the tremendous destructive capacity of the armed forces. In turn, such memes have been turned into commercial marketing campaigns, such as one for the veteran owned clothing company Valhalla Wear. Snowflakes, self addicts, your army needs you, your army needs you, and your compassion and your confidence. Binge gamers, your army needs you and your drive. My friend's picture was appropriated for a memetic operation that aimed to associate Hillary Clinton with a revival of the draft. Recognizing this power of memes generated by ordinary people to serve a state's propaganda narrative in 2005, a Marine Corps major named Michael Prosser wrote a master thesis titled Memetics, a growth industry in the US military operation, in which he called for the foundation of a meme warfare center that would enroll people to produce and share and agree memes as a way of swaying public opinions. Anyone changing their opinion on memes by now? I certainly hope one or two of you are, but if you still are believing that they're just a fun thing to do and just share on social media when you're taking a shit or when you're waiting for your pumpkin spice latte at Starbucks, I just do a little bit of sharing and agreeing while I'm waiting for it. Oh, it's ready already. I only got to share 2 things, but never mind, I did my part. But as I said, memes can sway public opinion. They can also manipulate the thoughts. They can implant the thoughts themselves into your mind. So did you think it, or did the meme tell you that's what you needed to think? But Prosser's idea didn't come to fruition, but of course it didn't. The US government did come to recognize memetics as a threat. Beginning in 2011, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, good old DARPA, offered, get this, $42 million in grants for research into what it called social media in strategic communications, with the hope that the government could detect purposeful or deceptive messaging and misinformation and create counter messaging to fight it. Dear Diary, and there is one of those soldiers there, Valhalla, where I guess with his beard looking like the old eagle-eyed G.I. Joe there with all his military gadget. I like totally smoked this terrorist today is the phrase. Yet that research didn't prepare DARPA for the Russia 2016 disinformation campaign. Its extent was uncovered only by reporters and academics that revealed a fatal flaw in the national security. Foreign agents are nearly impossible to detect when they hide within the civilian population, unless social media companies cooperate with the state to monitor attacks. This tactic remains in play. All is love in war or in memological war and love. Love and warfare, I meant to say there, my apologies. But my friend's wedding photo provides a good illustration of how something, not my friend's, the author's friend, illustration of how something as seemingly trivial as a meme can be turned into a powerful political weapon. In 2016, a Reddit message board referencing the Trump was the Donald rather was a well-known meme factory for all things Trump. Imagery and slogan earring were beta tested and refined there before being deployed by swarms of accounts on social media platforms to make it go viral. Famous viral slogans launched from the Donald included those having to do with Pizzagate and the Seth Rich murder conspiracy. My friend's picture, again, the author's friend's picture, was appropriate for a memetic warfare operation called #DraftMyWife or #DraftOurDaughters, which aimed to falsely associate Hillary Clinton with a revival of the draft. The strategy was simple. The perpetrators took imagery from Clinton's official digital campaign materials as well as pictures online like my friend's and altered them to make them look as though as if Clinton would draft women into the military if she became president. Someone who saw one of these fake campaign ads and then searched online would find that Clinton had in fact spoken in June 2016 in support of a bill that included a provision making women eligible to be drafted, but only in the case of a national emergency. The bill was passed, but it was later changed to remove that requirements. This was what made Draft My Wife so sneaky. It was based on a kernel of truth. Memes like this often use a process called trading up the chain, pioneered by a media entrepreneur, Ryan Holiday, who describes the method in his book, Trust Me, I'm Lying. Campaigns begin with posts in blogs or other news outlets with low standards. If all goes well, somebody notable will inadvertently spread the disinformation by a tweet, which then leads to coverage in a bigger and more reputable outlets. #DraftMyWife was outed fairly early on as a hoax and got debunked in the Washington Post, The Guardian, and elsewhere. The problem is taking the trouble to correct disinformation campaigns like these can satisfy the goal of spreading the meme as far as possible, a process called amplification. No such thing as bad publicity. And even if you're drawing public, trying to make awareness that this is a bad thing, a little bit, a couple of, was it last year? I'm pretty sure it was, when Netflix put the series Cuties out. Well, lo and behold, a whole bunch of memes were saturated and situated and circulating on social media. Did you know that Netflix Cuties has paedophilia and it promotes child sex? Well, good job promoting that to people who may be inclined to find that stuff arousing, that were unaware that Netflix had content of that nature on its streaming platform. That may, thanks for the heads up. No need to go on the dark web if Netflix has soft-core child pornography. But anyway, hey, what does that button do? God damn it, Curl. There's one of the examples of the Curl memes circulated by some of these veterans. But memes online make hoaxes and psychological operations easy to pull off on an international slash global scale. We should view them as a serious threat. The good news is that a bill is in the works in the US Congress, and this would form a national commission to assess the threat posed by foreign and domestic all actors manipulating social media to cause harm. Just focusing on these actors misses the point, though. For much of the same reason, these meme inspired military recruiting campaigns miss the point. Memetic warfare works only if those waging it can rely on a massive public participation to spread the memes and obscure their original authors. So rather than going after the meme creators, politicians and institutions looking to counter meme war might do better to strengthen their institutions that create and distribute reliable information. I'm trying to distribute reliable information via my platform I created myself that is free from outside influence, or at least I hope so. But again, if you've got enough money and you want to pay me to read your propaganda, go ahead, make me an offer. But the media, academia, non-partisan government agencies, and so on, are just, what they're saying, should be able to distribute reliable information, while US cyber defense works with the platform companies to root out influence operations. And if that doesn't work, blame Carl. Ha 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 ha. So there you go, was another little article on weaponized memes. Three's a charm, as they say. Hopefully those 3 articles have provided you with quite a lot of information and maybe evidence that indeed memes are a little bit more harmful than just fun little quirky social commentaries that are shared amongst friends. They are weapons of mind manipulation and thought implantation. Share if you agree by now, guys. Please do so. It'd be nice to see that at least more than 1% of the viewership is agreeing to what I'm saying. I'm just joking again, playing with some memetical rhetoric for you. So let's quit with the weaponized memes and let's go and look at a couple of examples of how memes can indeed influence and possibly rewrite history, as well as how they can miscontextually spread a subcultural phenomenon based on merely a few words in a picture in a meme. So stay tuned, guys. We will be back momentarily, although I am going to take a quick bathroom break and go and get a little bit of nicotine and THC before we do read the next article. But for you guys, it will be only a few short seconds away. Guys, welcome back. I had a much needed bathroom and smoke break, although it was only a few seconds for you. But here we are at the Oprah magazine website. Oprah Winfrey, OW, One World. Is she likely to be the queen of the One World Order? Wouldn't surprise me in the least. She would be a prime candidate. She has a very, very wide global audience. But we're going to look at an article that was on the Oprah magazine website from a little while ago. And it is about, as I will read to you, although you've probably read it, what is the, and in comments there, I'm going to tell my kids meme. And then an explanation to the hilarious viral moment. And here it is at the bottom. The internet is having a lot of fun, and I'm going to underline that there for you, although you probably can't see the underlining. Rewriting history. So how do we rewrite history? Why? By providing misinformation that rewrites history. And there is a picture of, I guess, a stock photograph of a lady of black origins. Obviously, Oprah Winfrey is a black lady also, but there is a politically correct imagery of a lady laughing at a popular meme on her computer by the looks of it then. And the I'm going to tell my kids meme is just the latest viral internet moment taking over social media. The meme, which originated back in September of 2019, I know we've actually mentioned this meme before, and I'm almost certain that it was Double M, good old Maiden Montana, who said, yeah, what is the deal with it at the time we mentioned it? But this was a meme that originated back in 2019 in September and features people delivering comedic revisionist takes on notable cultural figures. I'm going to tell my kids has touched on politics, culture, music, and history. Still wondering exactly what it means? We've broken it down for you here. And another very, very popular meme at the same time, another meme that I've seen some of you sharing, and I'm too have also made anti-memes using that image of a lady screaming of a cat. And I think we also covered an article that traced the origins of that particular meme in one of the other memetical streams that we featured on TSP TV. But the lady screaming at a cat meme is so 2 weeks ago, according to the magazine at time of publication. And the social media has quickly and swiftly found a new source of memetical, and that's my addition there, comedy rewriting of history. Again, rewriting of history is very, very, very important because children, again, who are very impressionable and look up to their adults for the questions to all answers, might start going through life believing that the things that they got told, that their parents told them, were in fact not the things that they were led to believe. But parents are often given a gift they don't know is a gift, the mindless pleasure of telling white lies to their children. No, really. Think about Santa Claus. In my edition, maybe religion, but that is up to you to decide. But don't worry, studies have shown that telling a white lie every once in a while to your kids isn't bad as long as you eventually let them know their knowledge is incorrect. Otherwise, you could turn out like this writer whose mother told her cat in the hat. Told her Cat on the Hot Tin Roof was about a woman named Cat who lost her cat on the roof of her house on a hot summer day and burned her feet instead of being a social commentary on mendacity, morality, and the fate of a man, leading her to a very embarrassing interaction with a playwriting professor in college. But that's another story for another day. That's a great story. We don't really want to hear, I'm sure. But the internet, as of late, has decided that they are going to prepare the little white lies in the form of the I'm going to tell my kids meme, which involves a lot of mental loopholes and a ton of laughter. That's up to you to decide. Laughter or humor is a little bit like beauty in the eye or the ear of the beholder. But what is the I'm going to tell my kids meme exactly? More from the Oprah magazine that we're not going to look at. Here is how it works. A photo is posted to social media, and the person posting it usually just says, I'm going to tell my kids. The image they posted is of a certain celebrity when it is fact far from the actual celebrity mentioned. Usually the image posted shares some traits or characteristics in common with that of the cultural historic figure. As we've seen just before this article come up, I posted a little meme in there that I caught in reference to I'm going to tell my kids, and this memetic viral sensation in particular was of Johnny Five and the girl whose name I forgot that was in Short Circuit, along with I'm going to tell my kids this is Sarah Connor in the Terminator. Those of us in Generation X who grew up on Short Circuit and Terminator will know that they're very, very, very different movies, although both do contain the programmatics of artificially intelligent robotics that may or may not be weaponized. In the case of Johnny Five, he was a friendly one. In the case of Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was a deadly motherfucking I'm not going to stop till I kill you type artificially intelligent robot. But anyway, it's almost too simple to put in words, but allow me to show you some examples. And here is one from Pat Tobin, who has a picture of a cat as her profile on Twitter. I'm going to tell my kids this is Danny DeVito, and there it is, Baby Yoda from the popular Disney Plus streaming series The Mandalorian. Let's take the greatest and most dangerous bounty hunter in the entire galaxy and turn him into a babysitter for a cute puppet. You see, that almost definitely is not Danny DeVito. At least I hope you don't think it is. But young minds who don't know who Danny DeVito is might think, oh, wow, Baby Yoda is Danny DeVito. But according to the Internet Meme Encyclopedia, know your meme, yes, there is an online Internet Meme Encyclopedia that does explain memes and has references to almost every meme ever published. The meme's origin goes all the way back to September the 2019, and this is also very disturbing in its sense of the fact that they can point out and trace and track the official point of origin, unless of course the point of origin was one of these operatives that work at organizations like the Internet Research Agency. This whole sole and entire purpose is to distribute such propagandic memetics to social media platforms for the unexpecting public to memetically copy and carry on and help it to go viral. So there could be a very, very, very strong chance that that is how they are able to trace and track its actual origin and the first time it was ever posted. And that is also something we covered when we looked at the cat lady screaming at the cat meme and its origin, that they can trace it back. But then again, we do carry around data collection devices in the palm of our hands who are self-monitoring analysis research technology that will research everything and will quite possibly without too much trouble be able to find exactly when the first point of origin of such a memetics appeared. But I digress. And this is kind of where it really goes back, the origin in 2019, when a Twitter user at Wake in Bacon referred to good old Canadian Korea, along North Korea. I'm trying to do that. Never mind. But the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, he did a blackface controversy was going around at the time, and posted an image with the caption reading, "I'm going to tell my kids in 2055 that this was Justin Trudeau," and there it is. Although it's beats by little Brutus who shared it here, not Waking Bacon. And there's a picture of a comical cartoon genie with a black face from yesterday. Yeah. But the meme truly took off in mid-November 2019 when Twitter user at MTGBaby posted a photo of rapper Lil Wayne with the caption, "I'm telling my kids this is Bill Gates." And the next day, Twitter user Lowend Duffy tweeted a picture of Giancarlo Esposito from Breaking Bad with a caption, "I'm going to tell my kids this was Obama." By November 20, the meme was in full force when it was inadvertently thrust onto the mainstream by, well, outage and good timing. Gregory Allen Howard, co-screenwriter and producer of recently released film Is that Harriet? Revealed in a Q&A that 25 years before Cynthia Erivo brought Harriet Tubman's story to the big screen, Hollywood executives suggested that Julia Roberts might play the famous black female leader of the Underground Railroad. I was told how one studio head said in a meeting, "This script is fantastic. Let's get Julia Roberts to play Harriet Tubman," Howard said. When somebody pointed out that Roberts couldn't be Harriet, the executive responded, "It was so long ago, no one is going to know the difference." But of course, the internet exploded, people were outraged, and the "I'm going to tell my kids" meme was given new life. Seriously, type in "gonna tell my kids this was Harriet Tubman" into Twitter, and you will be swimming in a sea of Julia Roberts photos. Now, there's an endless amount of "I'm gonna tell my kids" memes, and some get political. Here is "I'm gonna tell my kids this was Beto O'Rourke." John Mullery is a comedian, and this is not Beto O'Rourke. And people aren't afraid to ascribe religious worships either. "I'm going to tell my kids this was Jesus Christ." And there's a beta male that's very, very real, well groomed, and probably got so many products in his hair. It put Vidal Sassoon to shame. But on a lighter note, this meme also works for things you wish were true, like wishing the gone but not forgotten and forever underrated buddy comedy Happy Endings had to run as many seasons as Friends. Not sure what that's all about. But I'm going to tell my kids this is Friends, and obviously that isn't the cast of Friends at all. And they're telling you here that some are flat out hilariously untrue, but I would love to live in a world where they were. And this is a little bit disconcerting, because maybe we are going to live in a world where they are true. Bear in mind, this is from Oprah Winfrey, and good old National Socialist leader Adolf Hitler once was quoted as saying, "A lie repeated often enough is widely accepted as the truth." And is this what the intent and purpose of the viral "I'm telling my kids this" is all about? And this one is saying, "I'm going to tell my kids this is Gordon Ramsay," and that is the Pixar animated mouse from Ratatouille, of course. "I'm going to tell my kids this was the Queen of England, Meghan Markle," a very disturbing, maybe foreshadowing that perhaps the royal family might all die, and unfortunately, due to the fact that there's no one left in the lineage, Meghan might take to the throne, unless of course she isn't suicided like her mother in law, and blame it on paparazzi and a drunk driver. What's the difference between a Volkswagen and a Mercedes? Well, Princess Diana wouldn't be seen dead in a Volkswagen. Ba-boom, ching. Dark humor there. But while others are simply just reframing references from millennial youth in hilarious ways, there are also plenty of nonsensical ones that exist for the niche, the most niche of niche markets. "I'm going to tell my kids this is Megan Rapinoe," and that is the man-woman United States women's national soccer team player that acts and behaves memetically like a male footballer. It's actually quite shit, to be quite honest, in comparison. Like schoolboys of no real sort of training are much more gifted and able to play football than she is. But never mind. That is Real Housewife of New York holding loving Queen Dorinda Medley, and not American soccer legend Megan Rapinoe. But then again, we've never seen the two of them in the same room. And this is something from Dwight K. Schrute, probably a clone account or a bot account dedicated to Dwight from The Office. "I'm going to tell my kids this is Britney, bitch." Michael Scott from The Office rolls up in that scene playing Lady Gaga, quotes Britney Spears and says, "Britney, bitch." Guess what? Apparently it was possible to add another layer of untruth on top of that. Another aspect of the meme is Twitter users ascribing famous couples onto other people in hope that one day they will fall in love. "Gonna tell my kids this was Miss Nick Jonas and Priyanka Chopra," and obviously again there's some characters from The Office. "Gonna tell my kids this was JFK and Jacqueline Kennedy." Gonna tell my kids this is Jack and Rose. Jack and Rose from the Titanic, I'm guessing. That's Macaulay Culkin. Is it Hillary? Not sure if that is or not. This one will only make sense if you've seen Succession, and of course, celebrities are getting in on the joke too. Kevin Jonas of the Jonas Brothers definitely knows who Blink 182 is. And there's a post from the Jonas Brothers. I'm going to tell my kids this was Blink 182, I'm guessing. Yes, it is. There you are. And Jackie Harry wants to forever remind you that she is not Kim Watley. I'm going to tell my kids this is me. Interesting. Oh, and the grandparents are getting involved too. I'm going to tell my grandkids this was Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra, when clearly that isn't Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra. Isla Fisher has many stories about being confused for Amy Adams, including the time she replaced herself in her own family holiday card with a photo of Amy Adams. So this one does not need to be explained. Have you come across your own hilarious I'm going to tell my kids memes? If not, share in the comments below or tag us on social media with @Oprah Magazine. So go out of your way to be sure to do that. So that was a little look at how viral sensations spread and how quite possibly these memes I'm going to tell my kids celebrities are completely different celebrities to the ones I'm telling my kids they are, might be a way to rewrite history and spread a lie big enough that becomes the truth. But anyway, let's go and look at another contextual meme that spread an awful lot of memetical behavior as a result, and one that I've mentioned many times before in regards to V for Vendetta. So stay tuned, guys. We are coming back momentarily. Alrighty, here we are, truthifiction.com, and the headline is the 2005 or 2005 film V for Vendetta about a virus and set in 2020. My answer that I've mentioned many times and spoke to it, and also had conversations with people who had posted this meme that was inaccurate about V for Vendetta, in particular the movie, not the book. I don't really recognize the movie as V for Vendetta, as does the author Alan Moore himself. Has no association with the movie at all, but I do use the book as point of reference. But the movie itself, 2005, is not set in 2020, and it is not about a virus, although there is one scene where they do mention a virus in a past tense. So the claim was that the 2005/2006 film V for Vendetta was set in the year 2020, and its premise was the use of a virus to control population. That was released in 2006 in the United Kingdom, because during 2005, and the movie takes place in London, does show some terrorist activity. London itself had its own false flag psychological operation, terrorist jihad attack on the underground, something we might have to discuss at some point in. And the rating was contextualized, and they are reporting here that on the June 21st, 2020, the Facebook page Cosmic Enlightenment, not that enlightened at all, shared the following meme, which claimed that the 2006 film V for Vendetta was about the use of a virus to control populations, and that it was set in 2020. And there is a link to that website if you want. Alongside a still image of a character in the film, the text read, "Did you know the 2005 film titled V for Vendetta is about a totalitarian dictatorship," that part is right, "that gains its power by creating a society of fear due to an alleged virus spreading throughout the world. In the film, the media pushes fear-based propaganda on the television screen of every household, and on the streets of the authoritarian dictator promises security, but not freedom. The constant theme of the movie is it's for your own safety, and is represented throughout the film. Most importantly, the film ends with society waking up, and the to the corrupt fascist regime and is dismantled. What year is the film set? 2020. It's actually set in the late 2020s, 2028 or 2027, which we will discover in a moment. And you can go and watch the movie for yourself and find out that there's absolutely no reference whatsoever throughout the entire duration of the movie that suggests that it takes place in 2020. The claim that V for Vendetta's premise and setting in the year 2020 strongly resembled another earlier coronavirus prediction rumor that the movie Akira, the anime movie, was also persistent about the year 2020. But when was V for Vendetta released? Although the film had a limited release in December 2005, it wasn't released in the United States until March 2006. When was V for Vendetta set? A March 2006 review, hold on a second, let me make that a little bit larger, written by Roger Elbert, mentions the year 2020 at the start. It is the year 2020. A virus runs wild in the world. Most Americans are dead, and Britain is ruled by a fascist dictator who promises security but not freedom. One man stands against him, the man named V, who moves through London like a wraith. Despite the desperate efforts of the police, he wears a mask showing the face of Guy Fawkes, who in 1605 tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament. On November the 5th, the eve of Guy Fawkes Day, British school children for centuries have started bonfires to burn Guy Fawkes effigies upon. I did it also as a child. On this eve in 2020, V saves a young TV reporter named Evie from rape and at the hands of the police, and forces her to join him and makes a busy night of it by blowing up the Old Bailey. Of the film's basis, Ebert added, the story was first told as a graphic novel written by Alan Moore and published in 1982. Actually, wasn't written as a graphic novel. It was written as a serialization. And in 1983, it was in I think 1984, it was first published as a graphic novel. Its hero plays altogether differently now, and yet, given the nature of the regime, he is a terrorist or freedom fighter. Britain is, and he is a terrorist, and he goes after a vendetta and kills people that have wronged him. That is what he's all about, is vendetta, carrying out the wrongdoings by making them right in the how he sees fit in his eyes. But Britain is ruled by a man named Sutler, who gives orders to his underlings from a wall-sized TV screen and seems the personification of Big Brother. Very much is very much very, very Big Brother in Orwellian, another popular memetic this shared amongst truthers, Orwell 1984, stuff like that is familiar narrative. But anyway, in 1988 there was an article here, sometime in a future Britain, this is about the book, sometime in a future Britain, tyranny, a shadow freedom fighter known only by the alias of V, plots to overthrow it with the help of a young woman. In the year 1998, every household is an average citizen of the United Kingdom, sorry, it's a bit squinty there, which is under the rule of a fascist and tyrannical Norse Fire party. V for Vendetta 2005 plot. Here is 14 years later, is V for Vendetta still relevant? This is another reference to an article from November 2019, and it says there, V for Vendetta is set in a dystopian 2027. The British government is a totalitarian neo-fascist organization controlled by the all-seeing guy that we just heard. What was his name again? I've forgotten already. It's been a while since I've actually read V for Vendetta. Anyway, let's move on. So there's another reference that shows that it was set in 2027, not 2020. listicles about the film didn't mention any specific year for its setting before the 2020 coronavirus pandemic, often vaguely referencing a dystopian future. But is V for Vendetta about a virus? Another simple Google search returned a brief synopsis above that links other plot summaries for V for Vendetta, where the virus element isn't emphasized at all. And you really wouldn't know it was about a virus at all until the one stream that kind of talks pretense outside the timeline of the film, how the Norse Fire Party come to power, that they created a virus and then had the vaccine for it once they were elected that cured everybody, thus empowering them. But following World War, London is a police state occupied by a fascist government, and a vigilante known only as V, played by Hugo Weaving, uses terrorist tactics to fight the oppressors of the world in which he now lives. When V saves a young woman named Evie, played by Natalie Portman, the only good thing about the movie is a scene where she does dress as a hooker, although she dresses as a child hooker, but nevertheless she does look a little bit appealing, because we do know that she isn't a child; she is a grown adult woman. But from this, she is saved from the secret police, and he discovers an ally. He actually doesn't discover an ally; he kind of sort of brainwashes her and manipulates her, and actually tortures her for a long period of time, locking her up against her will and making her believe that the police state has locked her up. And when she finally cracks, she does set her free. But in June 2020, Green Rant revisited the plot of the film version of V for Vendetta, framing it in terms of all that had transpired since 2005. When the coronavirus became a worldwide panic, audience turned to Contagion, a little bit of preemptive propaganda, predictive propaganda in the form there, and also some predictive program for sure. Some of the coronavirus narrative is taken straight from the script of Contagion. But during the most recent Black Lives Matter protests, bookshops reported recording sale of works by black authors, while unfortunately Netflix noted a sudden uptick in viewer numbers for The Help. Now, as protests continue across America and worldwide in opposition to police brutality against black citizens and the scourge of a systematic racism, it shouldn't surprise that Netflix has been hyping V for Vendetta. Part of what keeps the fascist government of V for Vendetta 1980s, in 1980s Britain in power is a pandemic. A disease known as the Samaras virus has ravaged Europe and killed over 100,000 people by the time the film starts. This has happened before the film. It doesn't happen in the film at all. And it is later revealed that the virus was an act of biological warfare by Creedy, the leader of the Norse Fire Party, which was then blamed on a terrorist group. The result of this massacre and subsequent fear-mongering was an overwhelming majority in Parliament for Norse Fire. It's not exactly difficult to see why a dystopian thriller featuring a pandemic would prove so enticing right now. It's partly why audience turned in droves to Steven Soderbergh's Contagion after the coronavirus became a worldwide concern, and mainly because it was pushed memetically on many social media platforms and streaming apps, and it was the only movie outside the last 2 years that was trending on streaming apps. You couldn't get away from Contagion, and the purpose of it was that you would hear what they were saying on the mainstream media about the news, and then a little bit like the H.G. Wells, Orson Welles version of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, where they dramatized fiction. You can use the psychosomatic fear of the fictional Contagion and could put it in conjunction and alongside with the official narrative of the corona. However, that assessment drew from concerns during the time V for Vendetta was originally written as a graphic novel in the 80s, and again at the time the adaptation appeared in the movie screens around the time that the US had invaded Iraq. The key difference, of course, is that Contagion takes a relatively realistic direction in showing how a devastating pandemic would likely originate and unfold worldwide, whereas V for Vendetta pandemic is kind of a background act of biological warfare. The latter taps into the political concerns that were common in both the late 1980s when the graphic novel was written and in the mid 2000s. And Alan Moore originally kind of writ it as a sort of social commentary in a future Britain under Thatcher. At the time of writing, Thatcher was in power and many of us hated her. When the movie was made during the 80s, and it wasn't made during the 80s, sorry, and in the mid 2000s, sorry, when the movie was made during the 80s, there was a consistent fear that the Soviet Union would utilize germ warfare against America as part of the ongoing Cold War. The Bush administration's case for invading Iraq in the 2000s rested partly on the assertion that the country had never fully dismantled their biological arsenal and weapons of mass destruction, despite the Iraqis' own claims that they had long abandoned this project. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has, at the time of writing of this piece, claimed more than 456,000 deaths worldwide, a number that greatly eclipses that of V for Vendetta, and that's just because they've really just rewritten death certificates to say people who died of other things may have died of COVID instead. But again, that analysis existed through the retrospective lens of authorship in the mid 2020 during an active pandemic. By contrast, a 2018 editorial about V for Vendetta's relevance in that year only uses the word virus once and not in a literal manner reference the actual virus in the film. And here is that article. V for Vendetta is not merely a cautionary tale for our country's political morals or trajectory. It is a retelling of events that have, in their fundamental essence, already occurred. Responding to the film a decade ago, Moore savaged the Wachowski sisters' adaptation as a Bush-era parable by people too timid to set a political satire in their own country. But as it turns out, the Wachowskis didn't need a CGI shot of the Lincoln Memorial exploding to make enduring commentary on the disease lurking in the heart of American government. It has been encroaching for many decades now, festering and feeding on the worst bigotries of its citizenry, a virus of greed and inhumanity that has corrupted even the noblest intentions of our liberal democracy. Like Evie, we continue to endure each day's fresh traumas, waiting in ourselves for a new dawning, waiting for a time when, like Valerie, we will have our roses and apologize to no one, waiting for a day we know can only come after we decide we'd rather die behind the chemical sheds than suffer one more injustice. As often is the case in retroactive assessments of pop culture predictions, the claim that V for Vendetta was set in 2020 and it was about a virus contained some truth mashed up with a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking to make it look more precedent for attention and clicks and share and agree if you are brave enough to miscontextually share information that you have no real knowledge about. And actually had a couple of discussions in chat, one of which with Michelle, who used to run TSPD News before it was dismantled. She shared the 2020 V for Vendetta meme, and I sort of asked her why, after telling her that it wasn't set in 2020, it was set in, the movie was set in the later part of the 2020s, and she sort of went on to say, well, I haven't actually seen the movie, it's 2 hours long, a bit long for me. And I'm like, well, why are you sharing information that you don't really truly know? And did you just get your information about the movie from the meme that was incorrect? And this is how incorrect information is spread memetically. Many people don't think they need to watch the movie or find out the information themselves because the meme told them a very, very tidbit of information that may or may not be actually relevant. But anyway, it contained some truth that it contained a virus and Monday morning quarterbacking to make it look more precedent for attention and clicks. A virus was a plot element for V for Vendetta, but the virus was not the film's central focus. Moreover, a 2006 review by Roger Albert placed the film as set in 2020, but most other pre-2020 references don't mention any year or 2020 specifically. Although the meme wasn't completely fabricated, it was also clearly created with the benefit of hindsight, which is, if you pardon the dad joke, so very 2020. So that is the end of the article, but they give another little example of just how memes can spread misinformation and how people can be manipulated into believing the misinformation that is contained within memes as actual fact, and why I do here at Reality Coded and formerly at TSP TV go to the lengths and trouble of researching many articles of reference on the information that I share my views and opinions and thoughts on is part of these feature presentations. And why these feature presentations are so long is because the information I contain is extensive. And believe it or not, guys, this is only some of the tip of the iceberg of the information that I look into with regards to some of these subjects. You get to see what I consider are the cherry-picked articles that will be the most poignant for reference and informative educational purposes as part of these presentations. And trust me, I can make them much longer, but information cannot be contained to 140 characters, and certainly if you're getting all your information solely and purely from memes that you see on social media, then you may not be as woke as you think, and you may not be woke at all. You may just be sleepwalking in a deep state infused coma. But anyway, hold on, we might be back for more, or we might be returning to the studio momentarily. All right, one last little article before we do head back to the thrift store studio where Reality Decoded will recommence live. This is an article from Sunday, the March the 14th, 2021. Just last weekend from the Daily Observer, from the Omen Daily Observer, and there is a little picture there of two individuals, a man and a lady, and is that the Instagram symbol in the background? I believe so, and they're both looking at their cell phones. Viral visuals driving social media manipulation, VV there. And this, I think, was originally posted on the 26th of September 2019 and reprinted just last weekend. But London, the success of viral memes, videos, and pictures in spreading online disinformation is fueling organized social media manipulation on Instagram and YouTubers. Researchers at the university we will not mention went on to say, in the annual report on disinformation trends, the non-mentionable Internet Institute's tutorial propaganda research product said that Facebook remained the most popular platform for social media manipulation due to its size and global reach, but a focus on visual content more likely to be shared online mean users of Google's YouTube video platform and Facebook's Instagram photo sharing site are increasingly being targeted with false or misleading messages, said Samantha Bradshaw, one of the report's authors. on Instagram and YouTube. It's about the evolving nature of fake news. Now, there are fewer text-based websites sharing articles, and it is more about video with quick consumable content, she said. Memes and videos are so easy to consume in an attention short environment. Again, why my videos and streams are very, very long is to remove those attention short individuals from probably the equation. They don't want to watch it because it's too long for them. Some people don't even like to sit 30 seconds through some of my intros. Oh, the intro's too long. I don't got 30 seconds. I'm just going to share some memes and agree with them. Don't care if they're true or factual or not. As long as I get some dopamine in return, it's all good and dandy. But the reports findings highlight the challenges faced by Facebook, Google, and other social media companies in combating the spread of political and financially motivated disinformation. As tactics and technologies develop and change, it's easier to automatically analyze words than it is an image. Bradshaw said, and images are often more powerful than words, with more potential to go viral. And that's what I'm saying. It's much more easier to share a meme that took you like 15 seconds at the most to read than rather pay attention to a 3-hour long stream that provides you lots of information on in sources of reference on topics of interest. But it is much more easier for these things to go viral than lengthy words, and why websites and such are becoming a thing of the past, and everything runs through the global leaders of social media industry. But the university we won't mention report said that an increased awareness of social media manipulation meant such activity had now been identified in 70 countries worldwide, up from the 28th and that is up, from 28 in 2017. Computatorial propaganda has become a normal part of the digital public sphere, the report said, and these techniques also continue to evolve as new technologies are poised, and they are fundamentally reshaping society and politics. So it was only a little short and sweet article then. It does also just go on to show you that these are tools of propaganda, and they are tools of manipulation. Now, the other thing that you have to bear in mind is sometimes if you do get caught up into the sharing of propaganda and political memes, you inadvertently become a wing of that propaganda spreading division. Maybe you're not, that was your intent, or maybe you feel so very strongly that you have to share propaganda of a political nature via memes on your social media. Then that is your bag, and that's what makes you tick and makes you happy. Then continue to do so. But if or not, you may be a little bit concerned that you may be manipulated to be a tool of propaganda and misinformation spreading, or you may be a victim of thought implantation, where they are controlling and forcing you what to think. That's up for you. Hopefully I've provided you enough information, not only in this stream tonight, memes of manipulation, but also on similar themed content that we streamed previously over at TSP TV. But that for now, guys. Let's look at the quirky, cute little picture before we do head back to the Reality Decoded studio, where I'm going to see you live in just a few seconds, where we can recap and chat about what we now think about memes after watching that presentation. See you in a few seconds, guys.